Marshall Peak. Chapter 42:15 Compensation. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yu Luosha had been utterly defeated. The top ranker in the Earth rankings. The woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yang Kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. It could not be more real. Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yang Kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yang Kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Bu-wan slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He coldly snorted, "Serves you right." She had no goodwill towards this shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall, who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yang Kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yang Kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yu Luosha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't injure her pretty face. As expected. I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed." His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the Open Heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura Heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless. A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. That shout was particularly jarring in the silent arena. In the next moment the others joined in. Countless people accused Yang Kai of being shameless and despicable. They claimed that he must have maliciously launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, Yu Luosha would not have been defeated in one blow. Yang Kai swept a cold gaze over the audience and scolded, "You bunch of trash. If you're willing to gamble, you must be willing to lose. You're all just bitter because you lost everything down to your underwear. Right? Ha 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 ha." He burst into maniacal laughter, inciting the anger of all the people in the arena, tempting them to rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, his words were the truth. Countless people went bankrupt because of this battle. After all, everybody had looked down on Yang Kai before the battle began and almost everybody placed a bet on Yu Luosha as a result. The odds might be lower, but it was just as the young lord mentioned before, if they bet more, then they would win more. Unfortunately, Yang Kai smashed their beautiful dreams to pieces with brute force in less than 10 breaths. It was no wonder that they were accusing him of being despicable and launching a sneak attack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had not launched a sneak attack. He only made his move after hearing the voice saying, "Let the battle begin." There were no doubts regarding whether or not he had launched a sneak attack. It was just that some of those people were not happy about losing. That was why they threw those accusations at him. It wasn't until this moment that the voice explaining all the rules earlier rang out again. This time it sounded extremely dry, "Winner Yang Kai." In the next moment, a man slipped into the arena and stopped in front of Yu Luosha. He reached out 3 fingers to check whether she was still breathing. When he confirmed that she had just passed out and was in no danger, he seemed slightly relieved. He then bent down and picked her up. Then, he raised his head and glared at Yang Kai furiously before leaving in a hurry. Yang Kai scratched his nose, knowing that he made himself stand out too much. The person who carried Yu Luosha away was most likely one of Azura Heaven's disciples. Yu Luosha could be considered one of the Azura Arena's golden signboards, so now that he smashed that signboard to pieces, it would be strange if he did not attract some grudges. Yang Kai had not wanted to stand out. It was just that Yu Luosha was just too bullheaded. She would not have given up and would simply continue to pester him in the future, unless he gave her a taste of despair. Fortunately, Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heaven, and the Azura Arena was its primary business. Even if Azura Heaven was upset with him, it would not stoop so low as to secretly get rid of him. Besides, it was not that there was no precedent of Azura Heaven disciples dying in the Azura Arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others because of something like that. As far as the cave heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walk towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Bu-wan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million open heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead." Pei Bu-wan gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold, Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Bu-wan earlier, Pei Bu-wan had only raised a single finger in response and did not provide an exact answer. Hence, he mistakenly thought that Pei Bu-wan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Pei Bu-wan had bet 10 million instead? "Little brother Yang, you've ruined me." Pei Bu-wan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. "If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you." Yang Kai was amazed. "I sent you to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me?" Pei Bu-wan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence, so how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luosha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Pei Bu-wan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10 to 1. Pei Bu-wan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azura Arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Pei Bu-wan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior, you are here too." Pei Bu-wan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. "Old Zhou." Old Zhou said, "You lost your bet? How could you lose if you are together with nephew Yang?" Pei Bu-wan reacted as if he was struck by lightning but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Zhou ignored Pei Bu-wan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Nephew Yang." Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Pei Bu-wan's words and cupped his fist. Old Zhou. Old Zhou smiled. Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes. Nephew Yang. Yang Kai politely responded, Old Zhou, you are too polite. I was just lucky. Old Zhou stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Defeating Yu Luosha in 10 breaths cannot be considered luck. The disciples of Azura Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azura Heaven, then Azura Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago. Yang Kai asked, Why did you come here, Old Zhou? Old Zhou handed over a space ring. Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory. Right? This contains your bet and your winnings. Oh. Yang Kai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, This number seems a bit higher than it should. Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azura Arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azura Arena where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day could do something like that. But what surprised Yang Kai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Zhou confirmed. Yang Kai was puzzled. Where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Zhou smiled. Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azura Arena. Compensation for what? Nephew Yang, please do not set foot in any of the Azura arenas of any of the star cities ever again. Old Zhou replied bluntly. Yang Kai could not help blinking in surprise, however, he soon understood what Old Zhou meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azura Arena again, and if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azura Arena make money? The Azura Arena was one of the most important foundations of Azura Heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azura Arena kept suffering losses, then Azura Heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for Old Zhou to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azura Arena was. Pei Buwan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, this was the first time the Azura Arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azura Heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azura Heaven had that kind of power. Martial Peak Chapter 42:16 Exposure and Warning. Yang Kai smiled at Old Zhou. What if I refused? Old Zhou calmly said, You have no reason to refuse, nephew. Fighting life or death battles in the Azura Arena might be able to help a person grow extremely fast, but there is no point in participating if you are simply going to one-sidedly crush your opponents. Even Yu Luosha could not last for more than 10 breaths against you. There are few below the open heaven realm in this vast universe who have the qualifications to stand before you. You won't be able to meet a suitable opponent, even if you enter the Azura Arena again. In that case, why would you waste your time by returning to the Azura Arena? Besides, even if you do enter the Azura Arena again, the Azura Arena can adjust the odds, so while we won't make money, we can minimize our losses. That is why I believe that you have no reason to refuse. What do you say, nephew Yang? Yang Kai considered those words for a moment and nodded. What you say does make sense, Old Zhou. Old Zhou grinned lightly at Yang Kai. So do we have a deal? Yang Kai laughed. It's not like I can't agree to never set foot in the Azura Arena again. But I have to ask that you restrain junior sister you, Old Zhou. I'm worried that she might not be convinced even after the battle today. Old Zhou replied, Please don't worry about this, nephew. Xiao Yuer might be stubborn, but she is not a fool. I'm certain that she will not challenge you again when she knows that she cannot defeat you, and that her actions will only humiliate herself once more. Nevertheless, this old master will restrain her. And about the compensation. He raised an eyebrow at Yang Kai's words. Nephew Yang, do you think that it is too little? Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and said slyly, how can there ever be such a thing as too many open heaven pills? Old Zhou pondered for a moment and came to a decision. This old master can give you another 50 million. What do you think, nephew? Yang Kai's expression became stern. 50 million doesn't sound that nice. Why don't you round it up to a whole number instead? Old Zhou's expression became stiff. Nephew Yang, you should show some propriety. Don't be too greedy. This is already the limit that this old master can provide under his authority. If you ask for more, this old master will have to pay you out of my own pocket. If you agree to this deal, you will not only receive a large amount of open heaven pills but also the friendship of Azura Heaven. This is a very good deal for you. After saying that, his eyes flashed for a moment and he looked at Yang Kai seriously before adding, coincidentally, this old master heard of a name recently. That name is exactly the same as yours, nephew Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. The 3,000 worlds is extensive. There are trillions upon trillions of living creatures scattered across the vast universe. I'm sure there are people out there with the same name as me. Old Zhou gently nodded. Indeed. It's not strange for a few people to have the exact same name and surname. What's strange is that this person's cultivation is also similar to yours. Don't you find that rather strange, nephew Yang Kai? Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. What else did you hear about Old Zhou? Old Zhou said slowly, I also heard that this Yang Kai was involved in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary incident. He made a huge fortune there and even condensed several high-rank open heaven elements. It seems he is very ambitious and intends to break through to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. Say, nephew Yang Kai, don't you agree that this person has no fear of the heavens? Yang Kai quickly replied, cultivators all seek to reach the peak of the material Tao. How is that having no fear of the heavens? Oh, it is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future, since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at Old Zhou. Old Zhou studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort in response. Don't get too high and mighty with your words, Old Zhou. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again. Old Zhou shook his head. That is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets by the time the catastrophe strikes. Yang Kai looked livid. Then Old Zhou abruptly changed the subject. There's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Hand it over. Old Zhou smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher. Yang Kai muttered, many thanks for your advice, Old Zhou. I will keep your words in my heart. Old Zhou gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes. Thus, he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent Old Zhou off. It wasn't until Old Zhou was gone that he looked at the two space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 1.25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright. Little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible? Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse. I was wounded by Yu Luosha. Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment, then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luosha within 10 breaths. It's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper pay until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. He knew that he could not hide his identity after what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the fact that he had condensed a high-rank elements and was intending to reach the high-rank open heaven realm directly. So many people had witnessed what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all. It was a given that the news would spread out. It was only a matter of time. Calculating the time, nearly 2 years had passed since he came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If Azura Heaven could learn about the events inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then it would not be surprising for them to know about him. Looking for a person in this vast universe was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, Old Zhou had noticed something during this battle in the Azura Arena and ascertained that Yang Kai was the same person mentioned in those rumors. Yu Luosha had condensed the sixth-order element powers after all. She could be considered an invincible existence among those below the open heaven realm. As such, one needed to have a greater heritage than hers in order to defeat her within 10 breaths. If Azura Heaven was already aware of this fact, then that was probably the case for all the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had always known from the proprietress that his journey towards the high-rank open heaven realm was not going to be easy, and he was very likely going to be suppressed by the various cave heavens and paradises. It was just that he had never revealed himself in the eyes of the world before. He had simply taken over Void Land and quietly strengthened himself. It could be considered a fairly stable lifestyle. On the contrary, he had been completely exposed after the battle today. In any case, it was not something that could be helped. Even without today's battle, it was simply a matter of time before his whereabouts were discovered by those who were interested in him. Unless he hid himself in Void Land forever and never showed his face anywhere, it was impossible to remain anonymous. Be that as it may, there was no need to worry about being suppressed for the time being. He had only just condensed 4 elements after all. There was still a long way before he could advance into the open heaven realm. Even if the cave heavens and paradises planned to suppress him, they would not make their move so quickly. They had reputations to worry about, so they had to be mindful of how they took action. A cultivator's road to advancing into the open heaven realm was long. In addition, there were many variables that could affect the final outcome. Just like the wooden boards that make up a wooden barrel, how much water a barrel could hold depended entirely on the shortest board. They only needed to ensure that his water barrel had a single wooden board that was below the high rank to get the results they wanted. Upon considering all of this, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. Old Zhou's words today might seem like nothing more than kind advice, but they were actually a kind of warning, one that came from the various cave heavens and paradises. He did not dare to say that it was the will of all the cave heavens and paradises, but their opinions would likely be quite consistent when it came to this matter. After passing through a long and dark corridor, the bright light ahead seemed to welcome him. Yang Kai tightly clenched his fists and looked up into the sky with a smirk on his lips. Forget a trivial warning. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, my determination to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm will not be shaken. Brat, why are you smiling so exaggeratedly? Bai Chi's face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai with an infinitely curious expression. Yang Kai was astonished. What are you doing here? Old Bai chuckled and waved the space ring in his hand slightly. Yang Kai blinked and quickly caught on to the meaning. Did the proprietress ask you to place a bet? Old Bai delightedly replied. It's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Who would willingly miss out on such an opportunity? The proprietress prepared this long ago. Those who did not know Yang Kai might not have been optimistic about his prospects, but the proprietress knew him very well. How could she not know how strong he was? She started preparing for Bai Chi to place a bet the moment Yang Kai decided to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's a pity. The proprietress did not have many open heaven pills on hand, so we could only place a 30 million wager. Bai Chi complained with some dissatisfaction. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. The proprietress had placed a bet of 30 million with 10 to 1 odds. In other words, she had won 300 million open heaven pills. Combined with the 1.25 billion open heaven pills that he received, The Azure Arena must have lost basically its entire betting pool this time. There was no saying how long it would take for them to recover from these losses. We'll have enough money for the auction now. Hehehe. Bai Qi chuckled softly. Auction. Yang Kai immediately became interested when he heard those words. Where is the auction? Wind and Cloud Auction House? Thousand Birds Territory's Star City had an auction house by the name of the Wind and Cloud Auction House. It was a place Yang Kai was familiar with as it was an industry owned by Wind and Cloud Paradise. Back when Yang Kai and Old Bai went there to collect debt payments, Wind and Cloud Auction House had made all sorts of excuses to avoid paying them. The two had been so annoyed that they snuck into the auction and made multiple malicious bids, which resulted in the auction being ruined. The person in charge of the Wind and Cloud Auction House at the time was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Yun Zhenhua. Due to the malicious bids that Yang Kai and Bai Qi made during the auction, most of the auction items had basically fallen into their hands. However, they refused to settle the bill with Open Heaven pills. It stood to reason that Yun Zhenhua would not let this matter slide. So he imprisoned them inside Wind and Cloud Auction House. This provoked the proprietress, who subsequently flew into a rage and attacked Wind and Cloud Auction House as a result. Thus, a grudge was formed between them because of this incident. Later, Yun Zhenhua teamed up with Yu He Qinji and Ling Chunqiu to ambush the proprietress. Yun Zhenhua was ultimately killed on the spot, and his soul was extinguished inside the Sealing Yang domain of Golden Rainbow Province when Yang Kai used his last Miameng Golden Feather. When Yang Kai heard Bai Qi mention the word auction, Wind and Cloud Auction House immediately came to mind. Bai Qi sneered. First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other. How could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time, we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's Auction House. Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, Red Cloud's Auction House is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House, and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. Marshall Peak. Chapter 42:17. Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yuhi needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion Open Heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed. But Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters, "Red Cloud's Auction House," written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition. However, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn. Moreover, her cultivation was in the 6th order open heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the 4 of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yuhi. Yuhi caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten 2 when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. At some point, a thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light. He bowed in a circle and said, Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's Auction House. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin. The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house and was in the fourth order open heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a 6th order scarlatine sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the open heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they would have a chance to obtain the scarlatine sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million open heaven pills, and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin yang metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. As such, compared to the other 5 elements, they were also more expensive. Yang Kai himself had a lot of experience in this matter. Regardless of whether it was the wealth he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary or the purchases he made at all the star cities he passed through along his journey, yin and yang element treasures were far more difficult to find than those of the 5 elements. As a consequence, the price for them became much more exorbitant despite being in the same order. Red Cloud's auction house was definitely worthy of its reputation as a direct industry of a cave heaven. Their first item was already a material of the yin element. Moreover, it was a 6th order material. It was understandable that Red Cloud's auction house wanted to use the first auction item to create enthusiasm. In doing so, they would draw out the excitement and anticipation of the people participating in the auction. Most auctions would carry out similar practices. It was just that bringing out a 6th order yin element material right from the start was beyond most people's expectations. 6th order materials were hard to find after all. Even the mid-rank open heaven realm masters participating in this auction would not have the chance to obtain such materials under normal circumstances. As soon as the remarks of the old man handling the auction rang out, the atmosphere felt like a handful of salt was thrown into a pot of boiling oil, and the sounds of bidding rang out incessantly. In the span of 10 breaths, the base price of 10 million rose to 15 million. Not to mention the price was not final yet. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. The price soon passed through the 20 million mark. 21 million, 22 million. It was not until the price reached 23 million that the bidding gradually died down until only 2 parties were fighting over the material left. This price had far exceeded the value of a typical 6th order material. Even if it was a yin element material, the actual value should not be over 20 million. It had to be said that Yang Kai only spent 17 million to purchase a 6th order material in one of the star cities on his way here. The price of this yin element treasure was much higher. Not to mention the price was also driven up by the bidding. Nevertheless, 23 million had far exceeded the limits of what most people could accept. Martial Peak, Chapter 42:18. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yu He for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, She would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens. Therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum. Unless one was in urgent need of this sixth-order scarlatine sand, they would not stubbornly bid for it. A sixth-order material was very different from a seventh-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The two people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlatine sand. It might be for their own use or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. Proprietress, are you not going to bid? The proprietress was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this sixth-order scarlatine sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlatine sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was just that. She once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. She had flattened Yuhi's small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine second-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a second-class great force. Moreover, Qingji and Ling Chunqiu were both in the fifth-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led Yuhi to attack Bloodswan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Bloodswan Continent was only a third-class great force. With the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a second-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yuhi and Baiqi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a second-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a third-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these two great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. Since the proprietress had no need for the sixth-order scarlatine sand, Yang Kai could make his move without scruples. The price of the scarlatine sand had been raised to 24 million open heaven pills. It was just that the two open heaven realm masters fighting over this material had to consider their choices carefully before they made a new bid at this point. After all, the price increased by 500,000 every time they bid, which was not a small sum. At this juncture, Yang Kai's voice resounded throughout the audience, 25 million. On the auction stage, the old man with the stiff expression who looked like all the people in the world owed him money immediately looked over in this direction. His voice became a little excited. The guest from room A3 has bid 25 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher bids? Shwa shwa shwa. Many people in the hall also turned to look at Firstin's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who placed a bid at the last moment. Unfortunately, they were obstructed by the array and could not look into the private room. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house gave 2 more consecutive calls. Then, one of the people who made a bid previously quickly shouted out, 25. 5 million. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Yang Kai immediately followed up, 26 million. His tone was brisk but not stressed, revealing his confidence in his wealth and his determination to win. Sure enough, nobody else made a bid after that. The old man banged the gavel 3 times to sound the final offer, and Yang Kai won the bid for the scarlatine sand. The first auction item had gotten things off to a good start. It was sold for an astoundingly high price that was nearly 20% higher than market value. Thus, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became burning with anticipation. The second auction item was only a fourth-order material, but it still sold for a price that exceeded market value by 10%. Fourth-order materials were easy to find and could be found in any star city. However, it had to be said that each material had its own characteristics. A cultivator might be able to realize various divine abilities and secret techniques by refining these materials. For that reason, The price and level of competition for materials might differ slightly even though the materials were of the same element or in the same order. Take the scarlet sand for example. If a cultivator beneath the open heaven realm refined and absorbed this material, they might be able to realize a divine ability like the scarlet sandstorm. Another example would be the Yuan magnetic divine stone. The Yuan magnetic divine stone could allow cultivators to comprehend the Yuan magnetic divine light divine ability. Take the various water element treasures as another type of example. Despite being classified as water element treasures, one might be the crystallization of the drizzling rain that snuck in with the spring wind during the night to moisten the earth in silence. Another might be a drop of water so heavy that it weighed 10,000 kilograms. There might even be a liquid poison that corrodes everything it touches. If a certain material in the same order and the same element could allow a cultivator to realize a more powerful and effective divine ability, then its price would naturally be higher than average. That was why cultivators would usually put great thought into choosing the materials they condensed for their yin, yang, and 5 elements, unless they had no choice. Given a choice, they would combine the unique characteristics of their physique and consider the various differences of each divine ability to select the most appropriate option. Yang Kai had never encountered this problem before. That was because he never had a choice. High-ranked materials were already extremely hard to find, and it was already a great fortune just to come across any one of them. How could he afford to be picky about his choices under those circumstances? But then again, the 4 powers that he had condensed so far were all extremely impressive existences even among high-ranked materials. Therefore, there was nothing for him to regret. All the auction items chosen by Red Cloud's auction house today were the rarest and most precious materials in their respective orders. They could allow a cultivator to realize various extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques, so they naturally attracted many people to compete for them. A lot of items were presented and none of them went unsold. Moreover, every auction item was sold for a high price. Yang Kai himself placed many bids and bought a considerable number of 4th-order materials of the yin and yang elements, filling the gaps in his shopping spree from before. As for the 5th-order materials, he still showed no intention of buying them at all. There would be a steady stream of 5th-order materials with the gourd vine living in Voidland, so there was no need to purchase them from external sources. Moreover, the gourd vine in itself was a whole entity that could produce all 7 types of powers. Yang Kai was curious to see if a cultivator would experience any special changes if they completely refined all their yin, yang, and 5 element powers from the gourd vine. Cultivation materials of various orders were not the only things sold at the auction. There were also many pills, herbs, secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts. Seeing these items really opened Yang Kai's eyes to the world. For hours later, the auction was halfway through. Another maidservant walked onto the auction stage with a tray in hand. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house lifted the red cloth and everybody looked in that direction only to see a jade bottle. There was a jade slip placed next to the jade bottle. Thus, everybody immediately understood that this auction item was most likely some sort of spirit pill. It was just that nobody understood the reason for the jade slip. Just as everybody was whispering among themselves, the old man picked up the jade bottle and gave an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is this bottle of spirit pills in this old master's hand. I will be honest with you, there is only one spirit pill in this bottle. This item is useless to those in the open heaven realm and above, however, it will be of great benefit to those beneath the open heaven realm, especially for those who are about to advance into the open heaven realm. After hearing those words, many of the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms instantly lost interest in the item. On the other hand, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately paid closer attention. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker, and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since this spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with the pill recipe for this spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, the entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But, if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded, indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense 4th order elements. However, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. They had been forced by the divine spirits to condense powers that exceeded their limits, so their advancement into the open heaven realm would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Take Ding Yi for example. His inherent aptitude was not bad, but it was not enough for him to withstand a 7th-order power. Unfortunately, he was forced by Bai Feng to condense a 7th-order fire element. It placed a huge burden on his body every time he exerted this power, so the dangers surrounding his advancement would be even greater. Be that as it may, even a cultivator who had chosen to work within their limits faced the risk of failing during their advancement into the open heaven realm. Splitting heaven and earth in one's own body required one to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements to mutually enhance and suppress each other. Furthermore, the process of forming a small universe in itself was an extremely difficult task. This aspect had nothing to do with the order of the open heaven realm that one was trying to achieve. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:19, He has world source liquid. Many people could die on the spot even if they were only advancing into the 1st order or 2nd order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in the entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages after all. On the stage, the old man said, "Although I cannot say that this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with the pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that. What could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, "This king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request?" Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation, so the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response, of course. The door to AB Block private room opened and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he himself had never seen it before. Therefore, he could not determine whether this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many open heaven realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi, the pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World source liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless. Useless." Yang Kai was stunned by those words, "World source liquid." The proprietress nodded, "That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is world source liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world, why do you have such unnatural expressions?" She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai. "He has world source liquid." Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chunqiu, and Yu He during his advancement into the open heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain, and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him world source liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming world source liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yu He turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have world source liquid?" Yang Kai nodded woodenly. "Where did you find world source liquid?" The proprietress was extremely shocked. He explained, "The universe world I came from had a sealed world that still retained the primordial atmosphere from when the world was just formed. I entered that place once before and obtained the world source liquid by chance." While Yang Kai was speaking, another person in the auction hall spoke up. May I ask where you obtain this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe? The old man on the stage replied, to tell you the truth, this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe were both obtained from a universe cave heaven. The universe cave heaven was quite ancient, dating back at least a few hundreds of thousands of years. As for the specific details regarding the great senior who left behind this universe cave heaven, please forgive this old master for having no comment. Understandable. That person responded and stopped asking questions. Inside the private room, Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, what is a universe cave heaven? Is it a universe world? The proprietress shook her head slowly. No. A universe world is a universe world. Likewise, a universe cave heaven is a universe cave heaven. There are also universe paradises. A universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after their death. On the other hand, the legacy left behind by a 7th order open heaven realm master is known as a universe paradise. Yang Kai was only more confused by her explanation and asked in puzzlement, what do you mean? So she tried to explain. How should I put it? You know that open heaven realm masters have to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form a small universe, right? Possessing a small universe is what defines the open heaven realm. For an open heaven realm master to strengthen themselves, they need to increase the heritage of their small universe. The greater their heritage, the greater their strength. Nevertheless, there is still a difference between a universe world and a small universe, regardless of how powerful that small universe is. Yang Kai still did not quite understand her explanation. Still, she continued, but if a cultivator advances into the high-rank open heaven realm and reaches the 7th order open heaven realm, their small universe will transform into an actual universe world, which is almost indistinguishable from a real universe world. His entire body shuddered at those words, almost indistinguishable. The small universe of high-rank open heaven realm masters can even accommodate living creatures, or allow countless people to settle down peacefully in it. It can be said that they themselves are walking universe worlds. In fact, most high-rank open heaven realm masters will bring living creatures, sometimes even humans, into their small universes once they reach the 7th order open heaven realm. If these living creatures and humans live and flourish within their small universe, then the small universe will be filled with life and will experience further development. Since doing so strengthens the small universe, it correspondingly strengthens the cultivator as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as it was his first time hearing such information. But then again, he had not been in the outer universe for long and had next to no interactions with high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with such things. If he had not participated in the auction today, he might not have had access to such information for a very long time. As for what is the difference between a small universe and an actual universe world, the proprietress continued her explanation. When a high-rank open heaven realm master is about to die, he can choose to seal off his small universe. In that case, his small universe will not collapse and disappear with his death. Instead, it will be preserved as a peculiar existence that transforms into a universe paradise, or a universe cave heaven. These universe paradises and universe cave heavens contain all the wealth of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. You will enjoy great benefits if you ever manage to enter any one of them. Yang Kai immediately understood. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house obtained the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe by entering a universe cave heaven left behind by a dead ancient 8th order open heaven realm master. Is that right? That's probably the case. She gently nodded. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 worlds have given birth to countless high-rank open heaven realm masters, so even if only a small part of them chose to seal off their small universes at their moment of death, there are still countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises out there. It is just that not many people know where these universe cave heavens and universe paradises are located. Bai Qi smiled widely. Just because something is very rare doesn't mean that there are none out there though. There are always people with heaven-defying luck who will receive the opportunity to obtain the legacy of such seniors. Their cultivation will generally soar as a result. During their conversation, the bidding for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had already started in the auction hall. Everybody knew that the main ingredient for refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was long extinct. Even so, the spirit pill was a genuine product. Thus, the bidding scene was extremely lively. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had climbed from the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills to 10 million open heaven pills. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast rate. Leaving aside the powerful effects of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill that might even save the life of an important disciple or junior, and rescue the future hope of a great force at a critical moment in the future, just the pill recipe alone had research value. It might be possible to find substitute ingredients from existing materials. It did not matter even if the authentic heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be refined. As long as a similar imitation product could be refined, it would bring in a steady stream of income for any great force. Among the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, which one of them was not a sect master or elder, who held real authority in their respective great forces? It was only natural that nobody was willing to give up on something that could benefit their entire sect. If they succeeded in their attempt, they could even make a huge contribution to their great force. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. Marshall Peak. Chapter 42:20 Friend, you're being excessive. It was a pity that all the mid-rank open heaven realm masters were all intelligent people. How could they change their minds just because of somebody's casual remarks? Many of the cultivators in the hall secretly felt helpless. They originally thought that since the starting price for this spirit pill was only 2 million open heaven pills, the final price would not be too high. Who could have thought that so many of the mid-rank open heaven realm masters would be so determined to bid for this item from the very beginning? Therefore, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately gave up hope. This item was not something weaker cultivators like them could even dream about having. Only those backed by a powerful great force had the qualifications to participate in the competition. After 30 breaths, the price had risen to a whopping 15 million open heaven pills. In another 10 breaths, the price became 19 million open heaven pills. The entire hall was in an uproar. Up until now, the scarlet sand that Yang Kai acquired at a price of 26 million was the highest priced item sold at the auction. Since then, no other auction item has sold for more than 5 million. And now, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in addition to its recipe had quickly broken through 20 million, and might even surpass the price of the scarlet sand. It was just that a price like this had more or less reached the upper limits of the price range. There was only one heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill after all. The pill recipe might be valuable, but it was not guaranteed that one could obtain any results from researching it even after purchasing the item. If one could not figure out a replacement for the main ingredient, which was the famed world source liquid, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. The open heaven realm masters present were not fools. Even with the backing of their respective great forces, 20 million was not a small sum. It was not an amount that could be waved around casually. Hence, only 3 private rooms continued to bid for the auction item after the price exceeded 20 million. A short while later, another party bowed out of the bidding. Only room A5 and room B2 continued to compete against each other fiercely. The moment one party made an offer, the other party would immediately follow suit. It would seem that they were extremely interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. When the price exceeded 25 million, the open heaven realm master in room B2 suddenly let out a gloomy sigh and spoke up loudly, "Brother Tung Wang, this auction item is very useful for this Yi. Can you concede to me this once? This Yi will be very grateful and will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future." The moment this person's voice rang out, the proprietress looked pensive and soon muttered, "It's those two." Yang Kai became curious. "Proprietress, do you know those two?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong. Then the person in room B2 is Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall while the other person Tung Wang of Clear Heart Palace. No wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to bid for this item." Sure enough, the person in room F5 responded, "Brother Yi Jian, are you saying that this item is useless to me just because it is very useful for you? I am going to win this auction." Yi Jian sighed, "Why do you have to do this? Competing between ourselves will only benefit others. Why don't we do it this way instead, Brother Tung Wang? This Yi only wants the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. If you are willing to back down, this Yi will share the pill recipe with you. What do you think? Teng Wang laughed. What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Brother Yi Jian, if you are willing to back down, then I can also share the pill recipe with you. Inside room B2, Yi Jian fell silent for a moment before he revealed his dissatisfaction. So, you plan to compete with this Yi to the end, Brother Teng Wang? Brother Yi, feel free to quit early if you don't think you can win. That way, both sides won't have to suffer so much. You sure are arrogant, Brother Teng Wang. It's not like this Yi does not know exactly how much Clear Heart Palace can afford to spend here. Since you stubbornly insist, Brother Teng Wang, then let's compete to the end. We'll see who has the last laugh. The conversation between those two ended there, but nobody spoke another word, and the auction hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Inside room A3, Old Bai curiously wondered, Proprietress, these two guys are only interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Although they are doing this for their juniors, isn't the price a little too high? The proprietress explained, you don't understand. They have their reasons to compete so desperately. Let's talk about Teng Wang of Clear Heart Palace. He received a legacy disciple several hundred years ago. That disciple has extremely outstanding aptitude, and was expected to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm directly. However, rumor has it that he damaged his Dao seal during a battle. Therefore, he has not dared to advance into the Open Heaven realm even though hundreds of years had passed since then. He has been holding off on condensing his final element power. If Teng Wang could obtain the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, then his disciple could try breaking through. It is very possible that it will lead to the birth of a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master in Clear Heart Palace. So that's how it is. Yang Kai understood. What about Yi Jian of the Thunderclap Hall? Old Bai asked. The proprietress continued her explanation. Their situations are similar. It is just that, in the case of the Thunderclap Hall, it is one of Yi Jian's sons who forcefully condensed Sixth Order elements despite not having the necessary aptitude. There was nothing to worry about at the beginning, but as the powers condensed in his Dao seal began to increase, the dangers subsequently became greater. Without some external aid to stabilize his breakthrough, I'm afraid Yi Jian's son will never reach the Open Heaven realm. He will die the moment he tries to advance. However, this dilemma will be solved with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Compared to a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, 20 million Open Heaven pills is definitely a worthwhile investment. If they can obtain a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, then their heritage will increase like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Why would they worry about a trifling 20 or so million Open Heaven pills? She nodded. That is the case. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely? I understand now. Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning. 25 million. The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had World Source liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion Open Heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Teng Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million Open Heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was as the saying went. It never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the Scarlet Een sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of Scarlet Een sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, and its pill recipe. 26 million. Teng Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Teng Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Tung Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Tung Wang had reached his limits, so why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2, 27 million. Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the Finnish spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Tung Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. 32 million. Similarly, Yi Jian's voice was anxious and annoyed. Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and murmuring under his breath, "What is up with these two?" He initially thought that 25 million open heaven pills would be the final price for this item. Who could have expected Tung Wang and Yi Jian to continue even though he went so far as to raise the price to 30 million? On the other hand, the proprietress was as intelligent as she was beautiful and solved the mystery with a single sentence. They are probably cooperating with others. Cooperating? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. She replied, both Tung Wang and Yi Jian mentioned previously that they only wanted the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. That was why they both refused to back down earlier. However, there are so many great forces present here. Not everybody desires the spirit pill. On the contrary, more people will be interested in the pill recipe. It is probably that one or more great forces have approached Tung Wang and Yi Jian with a proposal to share the pill recipe if they win the auction. In that case, those great forces will only need to contribute a few million open heaven pills each. If they pooled their contributions together, they would gain the chance to obtain a rare pill recipe. Even if the pill recipe proves useless afterward, the losses for them will not be too large. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It was the truth that the previous price of over 20 million had reached the limits of what Tung Wang and Yi Jian could bear. Being so cautious when increasing their bid had not been an act. Rather, the reason they could be so bold at this point was that they received financial aid from others. If you wish to continue bidding, then you only need to bid once more. She smiled slightly. Even if they received funding from others, the amount would not be too large. Slightly over 30 million should be their limit. They won't follow up again unless they are insane. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate. 35 million. Inside room of 5, Tung Wang was furious and roared. Who is this fellow who is playing jokes with this king? Announce your name. Yi Jian also said, Friend, you are being excessive. The proprietress sneered and spoke for the first time. Why are you making so much noise just because this great aunt is bidding for something? Go ahead and increase the price if you have the money. If not, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Martial Peak Chapter 42-21 Twists and Turns. Madame Lan? Tung Wang's voice coming from room A5 rose by an octave. It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say? And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lan, haha. Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lan, This Wang will respectfully withdraw. His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yurua, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the sixth order open heaven realm, even if he did manage to win the bid on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35 million in one go, Teng Wang had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking, "The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers?" The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills, while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus, he no longer hesitated and shouted 35 million going once, 35 million going twice. Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Voidland's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity, even in the 3,000 worlds. Voidland's wealth would soar in a short period of time just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine this spirit pill. This he has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, "Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say." The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. Immediately after that, he checked the contents of the space ring and looked up at Yi Jian again. "Hall Master Yi, are you certain? This item is extraordinarily valuable." Yi Jian gently nodded with a look of determination. The old man continued, "If you insist, Hall Master Yi, this old master will not persuade you otherwise. Please wait a moment." After saying that, his divine sense surged as though he was communicating with somebody else. A long while later he nodded and said, "Red Cloud's auction house has agreed to your request, Hall Master Yi. Please return to your seat for now." "Many thanks." Yi Jian cupped his fists with a serious expression. Turning around, he bowed in the direction of room A3. "Madame Lan, this Yi would like to apologize in advance. Please don't take offense at my following actions." The proprietress stared at the stage calmly before she suddenly whispered, "Brat, you've met a real challenger. You'd best prepare for some heavy bleeding." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai had yet to understand what was going on. At that moment, Yi Jian returned to room B2 and immediately shouted, 40 million. After hearing that shout, Yang Kai finally understood what the proprietress meant. Yi Jian had increased the price by 5 million open heaven pills in one go. This not only required great courage but also immense wealth. Moreover, he had never increased the price by such a large margin before when he placed his bids previously. It was almost as though he was a different person altogether. Hence, Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. The old man on the stage lifted the space ring in his hand up high. For your information, Hall Master Yi has just pledged an item to the auction house. Please forgive this old master for not disclosing the value of this item. However, Hall Master Yi has the ability to bid and provide payment. He provided an explanation because he was worried that other people might misunderstand. The price of the auction item was terrifyingly high after all, so he might be suspected of deliberately driving the price up otherwise. Yang Kai slowly let out a breath and gazed towards room B2 pensively. The space ring in that old man's hands contains the item that Yi Jian pledged just now. Just what did he pledge for him to have the courage to raise the price by 5 million in one go? More importantly, where is his bottom line? He might have over 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession, but he did not wish to waste his money for no reason. If only I knew Yi Jian's bottom line, then I can minimize my losses to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, I don't even know what item he pledged. How can I figure out his bottom line? Hall Master Yi placed a bid of 40 million. Are there any others with a higher bid? The old man shouted. Yang Kai considered for a moment and cautiously threw out a bid. 41 million. 45 million. Yi Jian followed up without hesitation. Yang Kai was stunned. The proprietress commented, "There is a difference between a disciple and a son after all. It looks like Yi Jian is determined to compete with you." Teng Wang's disciple required the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, as did Yi Jian's son. It was just that Teng Wang pulled out of the competition when the price reached 35 million. On the other hand, Yi Jian was still stubbornly trying to win. It was obvious that he loved and cherished his son deeply. Also, he believed that his son would definitely advance into the sixth order open heaven realm, as long as he had the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Why else would he be so fixated upon this item, even if they were father and son? Why don't you discuss with him to each pay half? You take the pill recipe while he takes the spirit pill. I'm sure he won't reject your offer. The proprietress suggested. Yang Kai considered for a moment before shaking his head. The heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill has never appeared before. In order to refine this spirit pill, the results will be different if I can study a finished product first. Once the spirit pill falls into his hands, it will be difficult for me to research the spirit pill again. There is no other way then. With the spirit pill in hand, the hopes of refining a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would increase significantly. Although it would cost him a lot of open heaven pills, this investment was undoubtedly worth the money. 46 million. Yang Kai raised the bid once more. 50 million. Yi Jian's voice trembled slightly. Even if he could afford to pay this amount, the terrifyingly high price was still heartbreaking. After placing his bid, he added, "Madame Lan, my son is young and foolish. He made a huge mistake and desperately needs this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Only then will he have the hope of progressing forward. Madame Lan, please listen to my request." The proprietress pretended not to hear and said nothing in response. After all, she was not the one who was participating in the auction, it was Yang Kai. Although she used her identity to scold Teng Wang earlier, it was only her way of helping Yang Kai. How could she say anything under these circumstances? Seeing that there was no response from room A3, Yi Jian felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, a voice soon came from that direction to place a higher bid. The price was increased by just 500,000. Inside room B2, Yi Jian's expression crumbled, looking like he had aged several dozen years. Beside him, a young man with large eyes and thick brows smiled bitterly. "Father, let's forget it. This price is far too high." Yi Jian clenched his fists tightly. "No, I have not lost. I can still continue." The young man said, "It's enough, father. Even if the item we pledged far exceeds 50 million in value, that is a treasure that belongs to the sect. If the losses we suffer are too high, it will be difficult for us to provide a sufficient explanation when we return. Father, let's stop here." Yi Jian muttered painfully, "I am aware of that. How can I not be? But you. The young man smiled bitterly. Don't worry, father. In the worst case, I will simply never advance into the open heaven realm. Who knows? Things might change in the future. There is no need to waste so much money at this juncture, especially since everyone else in the sect also requires a lot of resources for cultivation. You don't need to worry too much about me. Yi Jian opened his mouth to speak but finally let out a heavy sigh. The old man on the stage called out the countdown. Finally, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe came to an end. The auction item was sold at a terrifyingly high price of 5 million open heaven pills. The old man presiding over the auction had maintained a stiff expression on his face throughout, but his complexion was quite ruddy at the moment. He felt as though he had gotten the greatest bargain in the world. This round of bidding also caused countless people to become hooked to the excitement. Be it the regular cultivators in the hall or the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, they had never witnessed such a brutal and unexpectedly complex bidding war before. When the price first hit 20 million open heaven pills, everybody thought that it would be the limit. Who could have known that Teng Wang and Yi Jian would secretly receive funding from others? Thus, the price rose to 30 million. By the time the price exceeded 30 million, everybody thought that it was the end. Who could have expected somebody to appear out of nowhere and forcibly compete with Yi Jian for the auction item? The price was raised to 50 million as a result. Throughout the history of all the auctions in the 3000 worlds, the only other time an auction could beat this round of bidding in terms of price was when high-rank resources appeared in the world. This was only halfway through the auction as well. The second half of the auction had yet to take place, so who could say what other good things might appear? It might have been that the auction had reached a climax, so the auction house decided to take a short break. During the break, Red Cloud's auction house delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe over. Yang Kai paid the 5 million open heaven pills and received his items. Nobody had ever seen the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill before, so they were very interested in the item. The jade bottle was passed around between the proprietress, Old Bai, and Yu He. On the other hand, Yang Kai carefully studied the pill recipe. After some investigating, he was secretly speechless. It was apparently not difficult to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He was confident he could refine the spirit pills with his abilities. It was just that many ingredients were required. There were a total of 9 main ingredients. Leaving aside the world source liquid, there were 8 others. In addition, there were a total of 72 kinds of adjuvants and many were herbs he had never even heard of before. Martial Peak Chapter 4222 The Map and the Jade. Yang Kai handed the pill recipe to the proprietress for a look, and after a while commented, the 72 auxiliary ingredients are quite common. Aside from the world source liquid, the remaining 8 main ingredients are all pretty rare. But they can be found if you are determined to find them. It's just the price won't be cheap. Yang Kai asked proprietress, how much do you think it will cost to refine this spirit pill? She pondered for a moment, at least a 100,000. The production cost of a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was 100,000. That was not inclusive of the failures during the refining process. If the costs of the failures during the refining process were included, then it would double the price at the very least. So, it would be 200,000. Naturally, that was just the cost of the other materials excluding the world source liquid. If the cost of the world source liquid was included, world source liquid had practically gone extinct as it could only be formed when new worlds were first created. Therefore, the value of something like that could not be measured. In any case, the cost was extremely high. One could not be fooled by Yang Kai's current spending where he could move several tens of millions at a time. For most cultivators, accumulating open heaven pills was an extremely difficult task. Even third-class great forces could not accumulate more than several tens of millions of open heaven pills with the strength of their entire sect. However, if he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, then the price of a single Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill would not be measured in just 1 or 2 million open heaven pills. Just like how Teng Wang was willing to increase the price to 30 million for a spirit pill, not to mention Yi Jian who was willing to quote a terrifying price of 50 million open heaven pills. Needless to say, this price was only feasible because this was an auction. Moreover, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the only one in existence. The price would not be as high if the spirit pill was mass-produced for sales. Be that as it may, selling the spirit pill for several million was not an issue. Which great force would not have several highly valued disciples? Just by spending several million on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, they could ensure that their disciple had a smooth advancement, which would result in the enhancement of the sect's future hope and strength. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, as though he could see the grand Tao of fortune right in front of him. In addition, if the refinement of this spirit pill were successful, it would be highly beneficial to Voidland in the future. Instructing Yuhi to bid at her discretion during the subsequent auctions, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and took out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Then, he carefully scraped off a layer of pill powder and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, the auction started up again. Yang Kai completely immersed himself in the research of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, constantly deducing the refinement process in his mind. He paid no attention to anything else, unable to extricate himself from his research. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a gasp of exclamation coming from beside him. Unable to help himself, he pulled his mind back to the present and looked to the side. Old Bai was staring at the stage with an expression of shock, almost as though an amazing item had appeared on the stage. Even Yuhi and the proprietress looked solemn. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was wondering about the situation, he heard the old man on the stage say something. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not misheard. This old master is holding a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although it is not complete, it should cover at least 20% of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven's territory. It might be even more. The auction house has made a total of 100 copies of this map. They will be sold in batches of 10 during the auction. The starting price is 500,000 open heaven pills. Please place your bids." The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous voices calling out various bids rang out incessantly from the private rooms. Even the proprietress joined in. Yang Kai was confused. "Old Bai, is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven part of the 36 Cave Heavens?" It had not been long since he first arrived in the outer universe, but it had not been a short time either. There were countless great forces in the 3,000 worlds, so he might not be familiar with most of them, but he had at least heard of each of the 36 Cave Heavens and 72 Paradises. Upon further consideration, he had never heard of the name Blood Monster Cave Heaven before. Old Bai licked his lips and said, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not one of the 36 Cave Heavens. It is a universe cave heaven." Yang Kai was stunned. Then he immediately exclaimed in a loud voice, "A universe cave heaven?" He had just heard the proprietress mentioning the existence of the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. She claimed that a universe cave heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, while a universe paradise was the small universe left behind after the death of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was a high possibility that they contained the wealth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master accumulated over their lifetime. Anybody who could encounter one was bound to experience leaps and bounds in their growth. Yang Kai had taken a great interest in this topic when listening to the proprietress' previous explanation, but he never expected that such a lucky coincidence would fall into his lap. Red Cloud's auction house was auctioning off the map of a universe cave heaven. This shocked him very much. If Red Cloud's auction house can produce such a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, doesn't that mean that they've already entered it before? Old Bai's gaze was burning intensely. "You don't understand. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is an extremely special universe cave heaven in the 3,000 worlds. It is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, by the name of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Unlike other universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are concealed from outsiders, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a sealed world known across the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it opens once every 200 years. Any cultivator under the Open Heaven realm can enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If you are lucky, you can obtain all sorts of precious resources. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch." Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch? The small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a 7th order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th order materials in comparison? There might even be 8th order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 Open Heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million Open Heaven pills. Thus he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Voidland could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of 2 halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade, it might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. Anybody could tell that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was probably about to open. This jade might come from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but nobody knows what it is used for. That is why this old master mentioned that it might be an array jade or even a key. We don't even know what kind of benefits one will obtain after this jade plays its role. Nothing might come from it. It might be a complete waste of money. But what if it turns out to be the key to Blood Monster Divine Monarch Treasure House? Upon hearing that sentence, many people secretly scolded the old man for being a treacherous old dog. He obviously knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven contained the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch throughout his life. The value of his treasure house could only be imagined. It would be amazing if this jade turned out to be the key to the Blood Monster Divine Monarch's treasure house. One unknown piece of jade. The starting price is 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. The old man had only just finished speaking when Yang Kai immediately shouted, 10 million. Inside the private room, the proprietress and the others turned around in unison to stare at him as though they were looking at a fool. What's wrong? He scratched his nose awkwardly. The proprietress sighed and explained, since Red Cloud's auction house is willing to auction off this jade, Then they must have sent their own disciples to test its uses before. It is only after confirming that the jade cannot be used for anything that they are willing to bring it out. How can you start off bidding 10 million? Young Kai couldn't help looking blank. She teasingly continued, "It doesn't matter. You have a lot of money, so you can act as you please." Young Kai did not understand. "What do you mean?" She gave him an amused look. "You can be willful because you are rich." He was rendered speechless. As if to verify her words, nobody else in the auction house placed a bid, aside from him. The old man waited for 10 breaths and quickly said, "Room A3 has placed a bid of 10 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room A3." The transaction was finalized. Young Kai nearly spat blood. Only then did he understand that he had been overly eager. Leaving aside whether or not the jade would be useful, even if it turned out to be useful, there was no guarantee what kind of benefit it would bring. It could be said that this was an extremely risky investment. Aside from someone extremely rich like him, who would purchase this jade at such a high price? If the price was only 1 million open heaven pills, the other great forces might have been willing to take a gamble. However, he had directly offered 10 million from the beginning. Who would be willing to follow up his offer? The corners of Young Kai's mouth twitched, but he soon comforted himself in his heart. Who knows? I might be able to obtain something great from this. Even if I don't, well, it's not that expensive. Marshall Peak. Chapter 42-23. Senior Brother Gua. The jade was the final item. The old man on the stage gave a polite speech on the stage, thanking everybody who participated in the once more. Only then did he announce the successful conclusion of the auction. Many of the cultivators in the hall stood up and left. However, the proprietress remained motionless. She simply sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Young Kai was puzzled but did not ask any questions. Instead, he began to take stock of what he had obtained from this auction. He had bid for quite a few things. Aside from the 6th order scarletine sand and the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he purchased many 4th order materials. He also, of course, won the auction for the jade at the end of the auction. While he was researching the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, He had made a move several times to bid for several 6th order resources. The auction house had delivered those items a long time ago. All in all, he had spent around 150 million open heaven pills. These expenses were not a small sum to other people, but it was within an acceptable range for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, no high-rank resources had appeared even in such a high-end auction, so he couldn't help feeling a slight sense of disappointment. Even the 6th order materials were not many. It could be seen that his hopes of finding the high-rank resources he needed in places like various auction houses were not very realistic. Yang Kai soon finished taking stock of his newly acquired items, and then returned to working on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. He had already finished studying the pill recipe. Be it in terms of the materials or the refining process, the technique was not very difficult for him. There should be no problem as long as he practiced diligently and overcame a few failures to accumulate experience. At present, he was studying the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill itself. In the eyes of others, a spirit pill was nothing more than a spirit pill that could be consumed and used for different purposes depending on the medicinal efficacies it contained. However, for an alchemist, a finished spirit pill contained an extensive amount of information. An accomplished alchemist could even deduce the pill recipe for refining a particular spirit pill, just from studying a finished spirit pill. They might not be able to decipher everything, but it was not difficult to deduce an almost complete pill recipe. Although Yang Kai was devoted to the martial Tao, he also had deep attainments in the alchemic Tao. Now that he had the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe in hand, he could learn many things from these two items. He placed the bit of pill powder that he scraped off from the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill earlier into his mouth and savored the taste carefully. His expression changed continuously. From time to time, he would suddenly frown or show a look of epiphany. His mind was racing like crazy, creating sparks from the collision of his thoughts. An hour later, he finally pulled his mind back to the present with much greater confidence in his ability to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. At this moment the door opened all of a sudden. The old man with a stiff expression who presided over the auction just now pushed open the door but did not enter the room. He simply stood at the entrance of the room while stretching his hand out in a polite gesture. "Madame Lan, please come this way." The proprietress was not surprised and simply nodded lightly before standing up. Afterwards, the old man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai followed behind the proprietress and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "Oh." The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. "Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck. But I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear, or whether you can obtain them even if they do." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" She said, "So many mid-rank open heaven realm masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank open heaven realm masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the open heaven realm masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, "They only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction." An exchange meeting? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained open heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order earth element treasure but only have a 6th order fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. "But you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them." Yang Kai grinned. "The only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them even if I have to use money to beat them into submission." The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million open heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million open heaven pills at them? In any case, those were open heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the open heaven realm masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was made entirely of flawless white jade. "Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable." The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few open heaven realm masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously just like him. These Emperor realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the open heaven realm masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw 2 familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than old Zhou and Yu Luosha of Azura Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azura Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory's Star City, these two were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of Wind and Cloud Paradise. Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 Stars Paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Zhou of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yu Luosha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor. Rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way. Instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Pei Bu Wan anywhere, as he probably lost everything the other day, so he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. The middle-aged man arrived not far from him within a few steps. The proprietress stood up and gave an elegant bow. Senior Brother Gua. Old Bai also respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Greetings, Senior Gua. Surprised, Yang Kai and Yuhi hurriedly got to their feet. Judging from the tone of the proprietress and Bai Chi's voices, they seemed to be familiar with this middle-aged man surnamed Gua. Their relationship also seemed to be rather intertwined. Otherwise, the proprietress would never address the man with the title Senior Brother. It had to be said that most mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were the ones to greet the proprietress first when they encountered her. After all, the order of etiquette also served to represent the level of their respective statuses. In other words, this man surnamed Gua was more powerful than the proprietress. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Judging by the way the proprietress addressed this man, could it be that they had a senior brother-junior sister relationship with each other? Senior Brother Gua smiled slightly. Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. Only then did the proprietress return to her seat. He then said, "It has been several dozen years since we last saw each other. You have a noble bearing as usual, Junior Sister Lan. It is truly gratifying." She replied with a slight smile, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Gua. You are as handsome as usual." He laughed, "I've gotten old. I can't compare with the younger generation anymore." Suddenly, he turned to look at Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Isn't this the boy who defeated Yu Luosha in the Azura Arena?" Yang Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was being stared at by the ancient ominous beast under that measuring gaze. For a moment he felt as though he was being crushed under the pressure of a dozen mountains, and could barely breathe as a result. Martial Peak. Chapter 42-24. What the hell do you count for? Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed. "Greetings, Senior Gua." "Yes, it's very similar." Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why Yuhi addressed him as young master. Apparently, his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble. Rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. I was very shocked when I first met this brat. Senior brother Gua gently nodded. Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man. His aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man. The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior brother Gua shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at Yang Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior brother Gua. This boy does not belong to First In. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First In? He seemed a little surprised by those words. Yang Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not be a trivial person. Senior brother Gua laughed. Since he does not belong to First In, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued, Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Yang Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank open heaven realm masters. Out of all of them, Xianyuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Yang Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai learned that he belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xianyuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First In? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Gua address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Gua said, the aptitude of Yu Luosha from Azura Heaven is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven. What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xianyuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xianyuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current Yang Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Voidland and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Voidland if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank open heaven realm master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank open heaven realm master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a ninth-order open heaven realm master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like Yang Kai who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azure arena, so many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Gua was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win Yang Kai over. If I agree to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th Order Heaven Realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Guo. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Guo became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag Yang Kai's soul into them. I can't believe this. Senior Guo immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. He truly is subject to shifting moods. Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Dao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Sparks danced in his vision as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Senior Guo, are you trying to silence the witness to your crime?" He originally hoped to cause a scene large enough to attract the attention of the people around him so that this Senior Guo would be more mindful about taking action. This was Red Cloud's auction house's territory after all, so he would not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. To Yang Kai's surprise though, his voice never came out. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish stranded on land, making him look extremely funny. "Senior Brother Guo." The proprietress let out a sharp cry. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The power that was tugging at Yang Kai's soul and Dao seal also vanished without a trace. He came back to his senses and saw Senior Brother Guo looking at him with a smile, almost as though what he experienced earlier was all an illusion. But cold sweat drenched his entire body, and he knew that what he felt just now was not a figment of his imagination. "Your appearance is similar, as is your attitude. I just hope that the path you walk won't be that similar." Senior Brother Guo uttered that sentence meaningfully, otherwise, the ending that will befall you won't differ much either. "Junior Sister Lan, you don't wish to see history repeating itself, right?" The proprietress' expression was extremely dark as she snapped, "Senior Brother Guo, please mind your own business. I will take care of this boy myself." "That would be for the best." He nodded. "It took a lot of effort for the old man to settle that matter for you in the past. You wouldn't want to cause trouble for him again, right?" Rubbing his chin, he abruptly changed the subject. "Speaking of the old man, I suddenly remembered something. When the old man brought the golden crow's carcass back, he was muttering about how most of the essence from its body was missing for some reason. It's obvious now that it was the doing of this brat." Only then did Yang Kai finally realize who the old man Senior Brother Guo kept mentioning was. The golden crow's carcass had fallen into the hands of the owner behind First Inn, an old man known as Situ Kong. Before handing the golden crow carcass over, Yang Kai had absorbed most of the golden crow's true fire, and to condense his fire element power. He originally thought that he had been very secretive about what he did, but who could have known that his actions had been noticed so quickly? Judging by the current situation, Situ Kong belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and First Inn was indeed backed by the powerful force. The proprietress spoke firmly, "Please don't speak nonsense, Senior Brother Guo." Senior Brother Guo sneered, "I was just speculating. What are you so nervous about, Junior Sister Lan? Even if it is true, the old man failed to notice the issue on the spot, so you don't expect him to come after this brat after so long, right? What would come of the old man's pride? At his age, what he cares about the most is face. He would not do something that would slap himself so terribly." His expression turned cold and his voice became solemn. "There is no evidence regarding this matter, but is your intention to take down the Golden Rainbow Province and the Boundless Altar, or is this also this senior brother talking nonsense?" She replied calmly, "What are you talking about, Senior Brother Guo? This junior sister does not understand." He turned to look at her. "Don't give me that nonsense. These two great forces held a grudge against you in the first place. It was only because the old man and the other great forces intervened in the past that this matter was settled calmly. Not too long ago you caused another huge ruckus. Did you think you could hide the truth? Do you think you can still stand here alive if the old man had not intervened again when you killed Yun Zhenhua of Wind and Cloud Paradise?" She looked at him leisurely. What do you know, senior brother? He said, even if Yun Zhenhua provoked you first, you should not have killed him. He belonged to Wind and Cloud Paradise after all. In the end, the old man had to clean up your mess again when you killed him. She became angry. Are you saying they are the only ones who can attack me and I can't defend myself? What kind of logic is that? He retorted, with your strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, running away would be a piece of cake for you. Why should I run? They dared to provoke this great ant. In that case, this great ant will dare to slice off their necks. I will cut down every single person they send after me. I'll see just who in the 3,000 worlds would dare to provoke me again. She said furiously. He slowly shook his head. Stop causing so much trouble and manage first and properly. She stared at him fixedly. Is that what the old man wants? He replied, it's what I want. What the hell do you count for? She threw a contemptuous look at him. He sighed. The old man is getting on in age. How long more do you think he can continue to shelter you? What will you do when all your enemies come at you simultaneously following his death? Forget your enemies. Many people don't like you even within the cave heaven. Let them come. I'll take the opportunity to settle my grudges against them. She gnashed her teeth together. Damn it. The old man has lived for so long. Why isn't he dead yet? His mouth fell open in shock and he looked speechless. After a long time, he angrily muttered, brainless woman. Then he turned to the tall girl next to him and said, remember this martial Aunt Lon of yours. Don't be like her in the future. Otherwise, you will never get married. Look at her. Even now, nobody is interested in her. That's the reason. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. On the other hand, the proprietress glared fiercely. Senior brother Gu ignored the proprietress and pointed at Yang Kai. Don't forget this person's face either. Don't ever become his enemy. You should ask him to rescue you if you are ever in danger. The young girl nodded obediently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai seriously for a moment before she replied softly, I've memorized it. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. He did not understand the meaning behind senior brother Gu's words. This young girl looked like one of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples at a glance. Also, what kind of danger would she face that he would need to rescue her from? Martial Peak, Chapter 42:17. Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yuhi needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed, but Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters, "Red Cloud's Auction House," written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank open heaven realm masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a little stunned as he gripped his space ring in his hands. He had spent 26 million to buy a 6th order scarlet Een sand, but that was because it was a Een element material. Een element materials were much rarer, so their prices tended to be on the higher side. Most 6th order resources were worth around 17 or 18 million. Thus, he originally believed that he had a promising chance of obtaining the echoing thunder purple bamboo. Who could have known that the old man of Red Cloud's auction house would not choose him? It would seem that it was not a pricing issue. Rather, the Divine Fire Union probably offered something that the old man was more interested in. The first transaction had gone smoothly, and the old man stepped down from the platform after a few polite words. A figure immediately flew up and stood on the platform. It was a petite woman. She bowed with a bright smile and lightly parted her red lips to speak. The value of what this mistress wants to exchange is not that great. Please excuse me, senior brothers and senior sisters. While saying so, she took out her item. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes immediately brightened. What she had taken out was a bug-like thing with a fiery red body that was slightly more than a palm length long and as thick as an arm. When his divine sense swept over this item, Yang Kai could even sense the vitality coming from it. This worm was a living creature. A 10,000-year fire silkworm. If fed properly, it will produce a 10,000-year fire silkworm chrysalis every 10 years. The order of the fire silkworm chrysalis is uncertain. It might be 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. There is even a possibility it will be 6th order. It all depends on your luck. The woman looked down with a smile. She was smiling so brightly that her eyes were crescent-shaped. This mistress would like to exchange this item for a few 5th-order resources. The attributes are not limited and the number is, naturally, the more the better. She stuck her tongue out playfully. The people below immediately showed interest in this item. The 10,000-year fire silkworm was extremely rare. If one could get their hands on it, then they could harvest an open heaven material every 10 years in the future. Although the order was uncertain and completely based on luck, the winning factor lay in the fact that it was continuous. There would always come a time when it would produce 5th order and 6th order materials. In the short term, this would definitely be a huge loss. But, in the long run, it would be a money-making business. It was just that this kind of item was not suitable for individuals. After all, the investment was bound to be big and the break-even cycle was very long. On the other hand, it was very suitable to become part of the heritage of a great force. Yang Kai was also rather interested in this item. Voidland might have a divine medicine like the gourd vine that could continuously produce 5th-order materials, but there was no means of producing 3rd-order, 4th-order, or 6th-order resources. If he could bring this 10,000-year fire silkworm back with him, then it would help offset this deficiency. Junior sister, what does the fire silkworm eat? Someone asked. She turned to look in that direction and smiled. Naturally, it eats items of the fire attribute. It eats anything in the fire attribute and is not a picky eater. Does it mean that the more valuable the food we feed it, the higher the order of the silkworm chrysalis produced? Theoretically, that should be the case, but it also produced a 5th-order silkworm chrysalis when I previously fed it with some broken fire crystals and fire jades. On the other hand, it only produced a 3rd-order silkworm chrysalis when I occasionally fed it with some 1st-order or 2nd-order fire element materials. This fire silkworm is very naughty. Many thanks, junior sister, for clearing up the confusion. The speaker cupped his fists. A few other people also asked some questions and she answered all of them one by one. There were some questions that she herself had never encountered before, so she could not provide any answers. A short while later, everybody made their bids. Yang Kai also handed over the space ring that contained the 20 million open heaven pills from the previous round of bidding after consulting the proprietress' opinion. Quite a few people were interested in this fire silkworm, so the woman received more than a dozen space rings in total. After checking through the rings, she kept only one of them and returned the rest. What left Yang Kai feeling speechless was that he had not been chosen either this time around. The price of 20 million open heaven pills was definitely not a low price. Since the other party did not select his space ring, then it could only mean that she was more interested in the other bids. Judging from this situation, it would seem that open heaven pills were not omnipotent. It was true that mid-rank open heaven realm masters also needed open heaven pills, but in comparison, they seemed to value various cultivation resources even more. This discovery left Yang Kai feeling speechless. He originally hoped to throw a huge sum of open heaven pills to bid for the high-rank materials he needed if they appeared here. Who could have expected this situation? It stood to reason that he would definitely succeed if he was willing to harden his heart and throw out 100 million open heaven pills in the transaction. However, he was not a fool. How could he possibly make such a money-losing move? He secretly felt that this method of transaction was hugely advantageous for the person standing on the platform. That was because the bidders had no idea what the bottom line was like for the others. There was no way to tell what kind of item the others were offering in exchange, so there was no way for the bidders to up their offer. On the contrary, It would maximize the interests of the person standing on the round platform. Even if the bids offered were unsatisfactory, that person could simply choose not to trade with the others. There would be no loss for either party. The woman's 10,000-year fire silkworm was successfully traded. After she stepped off the platform, many others consecutively stepped onto the platform. They would first display the items that they wanted to trade, then put forward their own requirements before waiting for the others to bid for their item. Most of them managed to trade their items for other items that they wanted. There were also some whose requirements were too high or too niche, which naturally led to the failure of their request. Martial Peak. Chapter 4226, 7th Order. Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng. Oh! Yang Kai even saw somebody driving up the prices. That person ultimately held on to 2 space rings. Then he told the owners of the 2 space rings that he was very interested in the items inside these 2 space rings but could not choose between them. He also mentioned that it would be great if one of them could add a little something to the bargain. As a result, his remark egged the 2 owners of the space rings to quickly add more to their offer. As time passed, master after master stepped onto the stage and the exchange meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. In this exchange meeting, each person would only have one chance to take the stage during each round. Even so, some people would choose not to go up the stage. Hence, one round quickly ended in less than 4 hours even though there were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters present. When the second round began, fewer people went up the stage to trade. Yang Kai watched the entire process with great interest, and even got hooked on the excitement. This exchange meeting was much higher end than the earlier auction. Many precious materials appeared one after another. Aside from cultivation resources, there were also some pills and precious treasures. The experience greatly opened his eyes. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that appeared in this exchange meeting were at least in the 5th order. Even 6th order materials could be found everywhere. The sight of these resources absolutely dazzled him. Those participating in this exchange meeting were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. Nobody would bring out low-rank materials and invite the scorn of others upon themselves. All of a sudden, a tall, straight-backed, fair-faced, and beardless middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Looking around, he cupped his fists in greeting. Yang Kai immediately recognized this person as Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall. Thus, he could not help gnashing his teeth in secret. He had hoped to win the bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, and its pill recipe for slightly more than 30 million Open Heaven pills during the auction earlier. It was this person who kept raising the price until it reached 50 million Open Heaven pills, forcing him to spend an extra 20 million Open Heaven pills for no reason. 20 million Open Heaven pills was practically equivalent to the price of a 6th order material. It was an unmistakably huge loss. During the first round of trading, Yi Jian had already been on the stage once to trade for a 6th order material with another Open Heaven Realm Master. For him to go up the stage once more showed that he had a lot of good stuff on hand. Under everybody's gazes, he took out a long box. The box was as white as jade. Moreover, it exuded a hint of coolness the moment it appeared and enveloped the entire secret room with a slight chill. The box was around the length of half an arm and the width of 4 fingers. There were mysterious patterns continuously surfacing and changing on the box. It was very mystifying. Heavenly Jade? Somebody suddenly exclaimed. The expressions of the others in the room stiffened abruptly at those words and their gazes instantly became scorching. Brother Yi sure is extravagant. I can't believe he made a mere box out of 5th order Heavenly Jade. Only then did Yang Kai know that this clean and flawless jade box was also a 5th order material. It was most likely a Een element treasure. Otherwise, it would not have given off such a cool feeling when it was brought out. Just this jade box alone was extremely valuable. There was no telling what was placed inside that jade box. The proprietress suddenly reached out and nudged Yang Kai. What you are looking for may have appeared. What? Yang Kai was so stunned that he could not react for a moment. She gestured towards the round platform with her mouth. On the round platform, Yi Jian smiled slightly and responded to the person who spoke earlier. You have a good eye, Brother Zhao. That's right. This is a jade box made from 5th order Heavenly Jade. However, what this Yi wishes to exchange this time is not this jade box but what is inside. Saying so, he formed several hand seals before light flashed at his fingertips and flowed into the jade box. Then the jade box slowly opened to reveal the item inside. Everybody looked in that direction with great interest. The item inside the jade box was a ginseng that was as thick as a baby's arm. The ginseng roots were dense and one could tell that it was very old at a glance. Moreover, this ginseng had already begun to take a humanoid-like form. A ginseng like this was undoubtedly in existence among the ginseng kings. That was not all. The entire ginseng was a strange pale golden color and exuded a strong yang element power. It was a yang element ginseng king. Yang Kai felt his entire body stiffening in shock and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes seemed to have grown roots in the way he stared fixedly at the ginseng king. Many restrictions had been placed on the ginseng king with numerous peculiar forces, sealing the yang element power that it was exuding from its body. Even so, these forces were unable to completely seal the yang element power away. So bits of it constantly clashed with the power of the heavenly Yin Jade. While everybody was still in shock, Yi Jian's voice sounded once more. A 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng in exchange for some 6th order cultivation materials. If there are any interested parties, please place your bids. Yang Kai's heart pounded even harder than before and his lips went dry. His brain buzzed with a loud humming sound, leaving only the word 7th order echoing around in his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the primordial yang profound ginseng, and he could barely hold back the urge to throw his head back and laugh madly. A 7th order yang attribute material. This primordial yang profound ginseng is a 7th order yang attribute material. It really appeared in this exchange meeting. During the first round of trading, he had not seen anything he really wanted. Hence, he had already given up hope. Who could have known that his wish would come true during the second round of trading? Forcefully composing himself, Yang Kai secretly gashed his teeth. I have to obtain this 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. No matter what. Who knows when I will come across another chance like this if I let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Whilst he was being absent-minded, a series of whispered discussions rang out in the secret room. Many people constantly released their divine sense to investigate the authenticity of the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Some of them even revealed a fanatical look. Yang Kai observed the situation around him and felt his heart sinking downward. Looks like there will be many competitors. But, regardless of how many competitors there are, I have to obtain this primordial yang profound ginseng. A gaze landed on Yang Kai from the side. Feeling the gaze, Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw Senior Brother Gua smiling at him. Senior Brother Gua's expression became extremely meaningful when their eyes met. Yang Kai felt his heart thumping loudly. This guy isn't planning to get in my way, right? Senior Brother Gua's previous words had been filled with the intention of recruiting and threatening. It was obvious that he knew Yang Kai was in need of 7th order materials. Yang Kai was not worried even if Senior Brother Gua tried to get in his way. It was just that he did not know how much money he would need to pay for no reason now. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Kai began pondering how much he had to bid in order to impress Yi Jian. Generally speaking, cultivators would never exchange high-order materials for materials in a lower order. That was because high-order materials were much harder to obtain. However, the Thunderclap Hall that Yi Jian belonged to was just a second-class great force. The strongest master in Thunderclap Hall was only in the 6th order open heaven realm, and there were no existences in the 7th order. Therefore, this primordial yang profound ginseng had little practical value to Thunderclap Hall, unless one of them could advance into the 7th order open heaven realm in the future. As such, it was more practical to exchange it for some 6th order materials that could be used for cultivation purposes. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. During the auction earlier, Yi Jian had pledged an item to Red Cloud's auction house. Afterwards, he had significantly increased his bid. From the looks of it, the item he pledged earlier had been the primordial yang profound ginseng. A 7th order yang attribute material would be worth 200 million at least. Its value might be even higher than that, which certainly could give him enough confidence for his actions. If he had ruthlessly decided to continue bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the price might have been raised to 100 million between him and Yang Kai. Fortunately, he decided to back down when it was only 50 million. Judging by the situation, he either did not wish to waste so many open heaven pills or the primordial yang profound ginseng belonged to the entire Thunderclap Hall and not just him alone. Recalling the previous auction, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. He secretly came up with a plan. Coincidentally, the proprietress also secretly sent him a voice transmission at this time. Her idea happened to coincide with his own. The reason Yi Jian bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was out of consideration for his son. Yang Kai had already noticed the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing beside Yi Jian. Their appearances were not that different from each other, so he was probably Yi Jian's son. Yi Jian's willingness to spend 50 million to bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill showed just how much he cared for his son. It would certainly catch his attention if Yang Kai used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to trade with him. Needless to say, the value of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was far from that of the primordial Yang profound ginseng. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could make up for the difference. He originally planned to investigate the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill thoroughly later, but now that the primordial Yang profound ginseng had appeared, he could not afford to care so much. In any case, he had already scraped off some pill powder earlier, which was enough for research purposes. The moment the thought came to mind, he immediately stuffed 200 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill into a space ring. He was about to hand the space ring over when he decided to stuff another 20 million into the ring just to be on the safe side. It was not suitable for an Emperor Realm Jr. like Yang Kai to make such an offer. Even though all the cave heavens and paradises were basically keeping an eye on him by now, it was still too eye-catching for a mere Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the transaction of a 7th order material. Hence, he immediately handed the space ring to the proprietress for her to trade on his behalf. Following a brief moment of shock and discussion inside the secret room, those who were interested in trading for the 7th order materials had already taken out their cards. Yang Kai looked around and saw that not many people were participating in the trade. There were only a dozen or so while the rest were merely spectators. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation. Those who were participating in this trade were the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises. They were backed by first-class great forces with high-rank open heaven realm masters, who could put these 7th order materials to good use. There were many open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces, but none of them could use the 7th order materials. Therefore, there was no point in trading for it. As expected, Senior Brother Gua also handed a space ring over. The proprietress turned to glance at him and he returned her look with a smile. Yang Kai instantly got a bad feeling. He was becoming more and more certain that Senior Brother Gua was going to cause trouble for him. Thus, he couldn't help worrying about his gains and losses. Should I have added even more open heaven pills? 220 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It's certainly an amount on par with or higher than the 7th order primordial Yang profound ginseng, but who can say what the other bidders are offering? Right now, I can only hope that Yi Jian really cherishes his son. That is the only way the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can impress him. With more than a dozen space rings in hand, Yi Jian began to check their contents carefully. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his temperament was exceptional. The items contained within these space rings were extraordinary, but his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. It was difficult for others to guess what he was thinking from his expression alone. On the other hand, Yang Kai was extremely nervous and secretly vowed that he would immediately increase his bid if Yi Jian did not select him. In the worst case, he would just spend even more open heaven pills. It was no big deal. This primordial Yang profound ginseng was going to be surnamed Yang today. No matter the cost. Martial Peak. Chapter 4227. Pandering to one's desires. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Jian stood on the round platform in the center and carefully checked the space rings in his hand one by one. At a certain moment, he paused and looked up at the proprietress. Even though he concealed his emotions very well, there was not a single person present who failed to notice the flash of joy in his eyes at that moment. The memory of Room A3 and Room B2 fervently bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill during the auction earlier was still very fresh. For that reason, many people realized what had happened when they saw his action. First In had probably offered the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill from the auction just now. This was certainly pandering to Yi Jian's desires. After all, he had been extremely interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. This spirit pill would certainly be able to catch his interest. For a moment, many people secretly felt a deep sense of regret. They would have also competed for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, had they known about this earlier. For all they knew, they could have used this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as bait to obtain a seventh-order material in exchange. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house smiled bitterly. The one who regretted the most was none other than Red Cloud's auction house. They had brought out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill for auction. But in the end, First In was using it against him by making it a bargaining chip to compete for the primordial yang profound ginseng. The old man couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot with it. On the round platform, Yi Jian composed himself. He returned most of the space rings except for 2. One of those space rings belonged to Yang Kai while the other was from an unknown party. Yang Kai was secretly ecstatic upon knowing that he was only one step away from achieving his goal. Yi Jian had held on to the space ring belonging to Yang Kai. That could only mean that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had an impact on him. It could be seen from this incident that he really did cherish his son. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. The young man had condensed sixth-order elements, so he had the hope of advancing directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm in the future. That was not just his desire. It was the future hope of Thunderclap Hall. It was worth the extensive investment. Yang Kai finally felt a sense of relief as the burden lifted from his heart. He had been most afraid that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not impress Yi Jian. If that was the case, then the 220 million open heaven pills would not have had much competitive ability either. At present, there was only one more opponent left to defeat before he obtained the primordial yang profound ginseng. But he had to figure out the owner of that space ring before that. Without waiting for Yang Kai to figure out the answer, Yi Jian gave a wry smile from where he stood on the round platform. He cupped his fist slightly at the old man from Red Cloud's auction house. To be honest, between the 2 rings that this Yi retained, Red Cloud's auction house has provided a better offer in terms of value. Yang Kai was stunned. At the same time, he immediately understood that the other space ring belonged to Red Cloud's auction house. It was not surprising if he thought about it. Red Cloud's auction house had known about the existence of the primordial yang profound ginseng in advance when Yi Jian pledged this item during the auction. It was easy for them to guess that Yi Jian had brought this item with the intention of participating in the exchange meeting. Seeing as they had known about it in advance, then the auction house would definitely make preparations beforehand. It was only natural for them to bring out something that could impress Yi Jian. On the other hand, the others had to quickly prepare their bids at a moment's notice. It was difficult for them to compete with Red Cloud's auction house. It was only because Yang Kai had pandered to Yi Jian personally that he unexpectedly garnered a chance to stand against Red Cloud's auction house. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house had provided the highest value offer out of all the other bids. However, Yi Jian suddenly turned the conversation around. It is just that Madame Lan of First In has something that this Yi is deeply interested in. I apologize, but this Yi will be choosing Madame Lan's offer. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house nodded. You are free to trade with whom you please. Please don't worry about it, Brother Yi. He regretted putting the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction, and that feeling was only growing stronger. Although the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had sold for a high price, seventh-order materials were not things that money alone could buy. The auction this time around was equivalent to giving First In a great opportunity in vain. Then Yi Jian turned to look at the proprietress again and cupped his fist. Madame Lan, this Yi is more inclined to choose your bid. But this Yi has a request. The proprietress nodded lightly. Hall Master Yi, please speak. He continued, Madame Lan, I know that you bought a large number of sixth-order materials during the auction earlier. This Yi wants those sixth-order materials. The remaining deficit can be made up with open heaven pills. What do you say, Madame Lan? She pondered silently for a while until she received a reply from Yang Kai via transmission. That's not a problem. Although Yang Kai was a little reluctant to part with those sixth-order materials, he could not afford to care so much if he wanted to obtain the primordial Yang profound ginseng. Sixth-order materials could be bought at large-scale auctions or exchange meetings like this one, but that was not the case for seventh-order materials. Comparing the two, this amount of sacrifice was worth it. It didn't matter even if he suffered some losses. Good. Yi Jian smiled and nodded. Just when Yang Kai was secretly feeling elated over the assumption that the situation had been settled, he heard Senior Brother Guo's voice coming from the side. Please wait, Brother Yi. This Guo wants to make another bid. On the platform, Yi Jian couldn't help showing a troubled expression. I will be honest with you, Brother Guo. I have my own reasons for choosing Madame Lan. Even if your bid is more valuable than hers, this Yi. Senior Brother Guo smiled slightly. You are free to choose whomever you want, Brother Yi. But you might as well take a look at what I'm offering first. Who knows? You might turn out to be more interested in this Guo's bid. Yang Kai glared furiously at Senior Brother Guo from the side, wishing that he could summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab the other party to death. I knew this bastard was up to no good. I had the feeling that he was going to get in my way, but I can't believe it really turned out like this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he sent a divine sense transmission to the proprietress. Is that allowed in this exchange meeting? Likewise, the proprietress scowled. The exchange meeting is all about freedom. Nothing is forbidden. Yang Kai immediately grit his teeth and secretly vowed to himself. In the worst case, I can just throw out all the open heaven pills I have on hand. I have to get my hands on the primordial Yang profound ginseng no matter what. I don't believe that surnamed Guo can come up with something worth more than 1 billion open heaven pills. On the round platform, Yi Jian nodded after hesitating for a bit. He was not in the position to embarrass Senior Brother Guo in public. In that case, please go ahead, Brother Guo. Senior Brother Guo immediately threw a space ring to Yi Jian. Under Yang Kai's extremely nervous gaze, Yi Jian checked the space ring and immediately frowned. His expression wavered to reveal a look of indecision. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He could tell that Senior Brother Guo's bid had tempted Yi Jian. This bid had nothing to do with monetary value. Rather, it might be what Yi Jian required at the moment. Yang Kai secretly cursed and swore in his heart. He was not sure what offer Senior Brother Guo had made. Otherwise, he could have countered the offer. Yi Jian smiled bitterly. Brother Guo. This is extremely troubling. While speaking, he raised his head and glanced at his son. Senior Brother Guo responded with a small smile. I believe you will make a wise choice, Brother Yi. Yang Kai seriously felt like punching that surnamed Guo at the sight of the latter's smug expression. However, the more triumphant Senior Brother Guo looked, the more uneasy he felt. Based on his observation, the interval that Yi Jian's eyes were lingering on Senior Brother Guo's ring was becoming longer and longer. In other words, he seemed to be more interested in trading with Senior Brother Guo. The situation is bad. Yang Kai's heart sank. He was just about to ask the proprietress to increase his bid when Yuhi suddenly sent him a stealthy transmission. Her message startled him for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He had only been thinking about the difference in value between his bid and Senior Brother Guo's bid. Thus, he completely forgot the reason as to why he won the bid by surprise in the first place. The bid offered by Red Cloud's auction house had clearly been more valuable, but Yi Jian had still chosen to trade with him. That was because he had offered something that Yi Jian desperately desired. If it were anybody else, they could only use this method once, even with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in hand. However, he could use that very method one more time. It was fortunate that Yuhi had reminded him about this, or else he would have forgotten that he still had a certain useful item in his possession. He immediately prepared his bid and secretly handed a space ring to the proprietress along with a transmission. The proprietress turned to glance at him, but did not ask further questions. She simply said, Hall Master Yi, I wish to increase my bid as well. Yi Jian was currently caught in a dilemma and at a loss for what to do. Therefore, he quickly replied when he heard those words, Madame Lan, please go ahead. She tossed the space ring Yang Kai had passed to her over to Yi Jian. At the same time, she turned a meaningful look towards Senior Brother Guo, one filled with a look of authority and confidence. Senior Brother Guo scratched his nose and turned to the side. seemingly feeling rather guilty. Oh, this is, on the platform, Yi Jian let out an exclamation of shock after he checked the contents of the space ring. He widened his eyes that were blazing with excitement. Everybody looked in his direction, feeling curious about what was contained inside the space ring. Unfortunately, they could not tell. Consequently, their curiosity gave them an itch in their hearts that they could not scratch. Even the proprietress did not know what Yang Kai had handed to her. Judging from Yi Jian's expression at this moment, it was obvious that he had obtained something incredible. Otherwise, how could a sixth-order open heaven realm master lose his composure like this? Ha 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 ha. Yi Jian suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's true that the heavens will always leave open a path. Good. Very good. While saying so, he immediately tossed the space ring belonging to Senior Brother Gua back to its owner and cupped his fist. Brother Gua, forgive me. This Yi has decided to choose Madame Lan's bid. For your information, this Ye's choice is not a matter of value. It's just that Madame Lan's bid is something this Yi desperately needs. The audience went into an uproar. It was not until this moment that they learned something shocking. Even though Madame Lan had increased her bid, what Senior Brother Gua offered was still more valuable. It could be seen that Senior Brother Gua had offered a fortune in this trade. Even so, it was still not enough to win off Yi Jian. Just what did Madame Lan offer for Yi Jian for him to be willing to give up on such huge benefits? Beside the proprietress, the extremely nervous Yang Kai clenched his fists and let out a great sigh of relief. There was an obvious look of glee and excitement when he met Yu He's eyes. Although the handover had yet to be completed, Yi Jian's response indicated that the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng was as good as his unless somebody else could come up with an offer that would impress Yi Jian even more. It was just that the possibility was extremely unlikely. Senior Brother Gua held his space ring and pondered for a while. Nevertheless, he was pretty carefree and did not continue to cause further trouble. He simply smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi." "Many thanks. Many thanks indeed. Ha ha ha." Yi Jian's expression was radiant. He was unbelievably happy, which made many people watch him curiously. Now that he made his decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately traded with the proprietress. According to Yi Jian's previous request, Yang Kai took out all the sixth-order materials that he had purchased during the auction, then calculated the remaining deficit in value so that he could use open heaven pills to make up the difference. In less than an instant, the handover between both parties was completed and everybody involved was happy. The proprietress nonchalantly put the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng away, as though nothing had happened. In the meantime, the exchange meeting continued. It was just that the rest of the transactions were much more muted following the trade of a seventh-order material. Yang Kai was so happy that he felt like he was floating among the clouds. He couldn't wait to enter retreat in order to refine the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, so he no longer had any mood to participate in the exchange meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the exchange meeting finally ended and many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters got up and dispersed. Martial Peak Chapter 4228, Refining the Yang Element. The group of 4 from Firsten said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Yang Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. "Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully?" Yang Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. "I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess?" She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead angrily. "Are you trying to test me?" To which he replied unhappily, "Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay?" The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. "You first used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son, Yiziying, very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yiziying. Yang Kai and Yuhi looked at each other. Then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. Yiziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement. While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, but precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid. There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. That's not right. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the Divine Dao water? Divine Dao water? She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have Divine Dao water in your possession. She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about Divine Dao water. The Divine Dao water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, in order for him to strengthen his Dao seal. Back then, he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Dao seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng. Yi Ziying's Dao seal is unstable. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the effect of the Divine Dao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old Bai sighed. Now that Yi Ziying has the Divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th order open heaven realm master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th order open heaven realm master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th order open heaven realm master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng by chance today, so the problem regarding the Yang element has been solved. But what about the remaining Yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3000 worlds, Zhang Ruoxi once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise and any cultivator was able to enter it, as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a 5th order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruoxi also mentioned that one could even find a 7th-order metal element treasure inside the sealed world if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. On the other hand, it would be difficult to obtain a yin element treasure. Yin and yang materials had always been scarcer and more valuable than those of the other 5 elements. Take the primordial yang profound ginseng that Yang Kai acquired, for example. His initial bid was 220 million open heaven pills, plus a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although he paid 50 million open heaven pills for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, the true value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was not that high. Even so, judging from the competition between Yi Jian and Teng Wang, the value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be less than 20 million. In other words, Yang Kai's initial bid was worth at least 240 million open heaven pills. Be that as it may, the bids from Red Cloud's auction house and senior brother Guo were even more valuable than that. Including the 2 drops of divine Tao water that Yang Kai added at the last moment, the total value of his bid was more than 260 million open heaven pills, possibly even higher. If he had only used open heaven pills to bid, he might not have been able to buy the primordial yang profound ginseng even if he tossed out 300 million open heaven pills. In the end, these items were not things that could be bought just because one had a lot of money. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he failed to gain anything from the blood monster cave heaven, he would immediately set off for Golden Antelope Paradise. He was going to enter the sealed world to try his luck. The only problem he now faced was that his existence had been exposed to the various cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether Golden Antelope Paradise would be hostile towards him. At the moment, he was still far from advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises were not in a hurry to suppress him. They might even entertain the idea of trying to win him over like what senior brother Guo had tried to do at first. In any case, there was no point in worrying about the future. His top priority at the moment was to refine his yang element power as soon as possible. Everybody was aware that First In had obtained the primordial yang profound ginseng, so there was no saying what kind of unexpected situation might occur if he did not refine it quickly. After returning to First In, Yang Kai immediately asked the proprietress for a secret room and went into retreat. All the barriers in the secret room were activated, and there were 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters like the proprietress and Yuhi standing guard nearby. Therefore, the defense could be said to be impregnable. In addition, nobody would dare to act recklessly in the Star City under the jurisdiction of Great Battle Heaven. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. 3 days later, his mind was empty, free from distractions, and as tranquil as an ancient well. Only then did he finally take the heavenly Yin jade box out of his space ring. A sense of coolness instantly permeated the entire secret room. The heavenly Yin jade box itself was a 5th-order material. It was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to the primordial yang profound ginseng contained inside. When Yi Jian first brought out the heavenly Yin jade box, the proprietress had told Yang Kai that what he was looking for had appeared. She had probably guessed that an item held inside a box made from 5th-order material would not be something trivial. It was most likely a 7th-order material. In the end, it turned out that her guess was correct. Yang Kai took the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the jade box and studied the item carefully. He did not know how long the primordial yang profound ginseng had lived, as it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape, which made it look extremely lifelike and vivid. With the roots spread across its entire body, it was as thick as a baby's arm and approximately a forearm in length. Furthermore, it was exuding an extraordinarily pure and potent yang element power. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he took a bite. The taste was ordinary, almost like he was chewing on a normal carrot. There was a sense of crunchiness, but it was nothing special and even tasted slightly astringent. It was hard to imagine that this was a precious treasure he spent 200 to 300 million open heaven pills just to obtain. Yang Kai took a few consecutive bites, but at his third, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly resealed the rest of the primordial yang profound ginseng in the heavenly Yin jade box. Just as he finished doing that, he felt a burst of pure yang element power erupting in his belly. The eruption of power caused his internal organs to shift. Looking inward, He saw that his body was filled with a golden energy. More importantly, that energy was still expanding madly without pause. He had clearly eaten too much. He immediately knew that things were not looking too good for him. Although he had experience refining several high-rank materials in the past, he had never eaten a high-rank material to refine before. It was his first time, and his lack of experience had led to an unfavorable outcome. He immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even so, he did not panic. If he were a normal cultivator, Yang Kai might have been injured by this mighty Yang element power. Fortunately, he had an intrepid physique thanks to his Dragon Clan bloodline, so how could he be scared of something like this? He immediately adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. Mobilizing his strength, he guided the Yang element power that was surging like a tumultuous sea in his body to flow into his Tao seal. At the same time, he separated a thread of his consciousness to circulate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Cultivators had to follow a certain step-by-step procedure when refining the yin-yang and 5 element powers, in order to maintain the stability of their Tao seals. However, with the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, Yang Kai could ignore the specific sequence of elements. The price he needed to pay was that he needed to devote a thread of his consciousness to circulate this secret art at all times. Otherwise, his Tao seal would become unstable and result in endless negative consequences. In the past, he had skipped the metal element power and proceeded to refine his water element directly. He had already separated a thread of his consciousness for that purpose. In the long run, he was required to concentrate on 2 tasks at the same time no matter what he did. Now that he had refined the primordial yang profound ginseng, he would be required to concentrate on 3 tasks at the same time in the future. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do 3 things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Tao seal, the pure Yang element power slowly poured into his Tao seal. The original 4 colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Tao seal and complemented the other 4 existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. Martial Peak, Chapter 4229 Alchemy. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the Yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Tao seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial Yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly Yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden Yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Tao seal again, he guided the Yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the Yang element power in his Tao seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial Yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial Yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly, and the Yang element power poured into his Tao seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His Yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, a cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condense 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th order Yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying Yin Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future, he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his Yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying Yin Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that high-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or Yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial Yang profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process, and that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the Yin Yang and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Tao seal after all. If one were overly hasty in the process, there was a high possibility that it would cause unnecessary trouble down the road. Which cultivator would not be cautious when refining their Yin Yang and 5 elements, lest their Tao seal become unable to withstand the internal pressures? Only Yang Kai, who had such a strong foundation and had taken more than 10 drops of the divine Tao water to strengthen his Tao seal to the limit, could ignore such consequences. Yang Kai waved his hand to remove the barriers around the secret room. After a while, the door to the secret room opened. Both Yu He and the proprietress entered together. They must have been waiting outside all this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The proprietress came to a stop in front of him and glanced at him. "Is it done?" He nodded lightly. She seemed slightly surprised. That was fast. Meanwhile, Yu He did not seem surprised. Yang Kai had taken about the same amount of time to condense his earth element power back when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. "What about the items that I asked for?" Yang Kai looked at Yu He. "It's all in here." She immediately held out a space ring. He nodded and accepted the space ring from her. Then he swept his divine sense to check the contents. At the same time, the proprietress placed a hand on his forehead. The power in her body surged silently as she checked the situation with his Tao seal. After a while, she retracted her hand when she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. Her gaze was solemn as she stared at him. "Brat, the path you are threading is extremely dangerous. There's a very high possibility that it will lead to your death. Even if your life is not in danger, you will still face countless obstacles in your way. You must consider this matter thoroughly." He just grinned meaningfully. "Though, proprietress, you've warned me about this many times. Since I have these unique advantages, I might as well give it a try. Otherwise, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As for the dangers and obstacles that I will face, I'll deal with them as they come." In the beginning, he had refined the essence of the immortal tree without knowing it. That had given him an extremely high starting point. He later obtained the Golden Crow's true fire, followed by the Earth attribute Great Dragon's dragon bead. With such powerful heritage and advantages, how could he not strive to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? It was only natural for people to aim high, just as it was the everlasting logic that water would always flow downward. She nodded lightly and said nothing more. He asked, "When will the blood monster cave heaven open?" She tidied her sleeves and said, "I've already sent people to monitor the changes in the blood monster cave heaven carefully. There has been no news yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months." "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate in retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the blood monster cave heaven." "Don't worry. I will not let you miss this opportunity." She gave him a displeased look. Knowing that he had other things to do, she said a few more things before leaving with Yu He in tow. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later, he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that Yuhi had given him earlier, and the pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Tung Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Voidland would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yang Kai instructed Yuhi to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one, where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention they were backed by an intelligence network of first in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yang Kai was confident he could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later, he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch, and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so, he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while World Source Liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the World Source Liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, which was refined with World Source Liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Dao Seal. In addition, each Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill only needed 1 drop of the World Source Liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of World Source Liquid to save Old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Therefore, World Source Liquid could not compare to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in terms of the consumption rate either. Half a day later, Yang Kai frowned when he was concentrating on his alchemy. He could smell something burnt coming from the furnace inside before stopping what he was doing. When the furnace fire went out, he opened the pill furnace. The burnt smell became even more intense, to the point that it was almost pungent. His first attempt at refining turned out to be a failure. He had failed to grasp the heat at a critical moment, so all the materials in the furnace were ruined. This was perfectly normal, however. Although Yang Kai was quite accomplished in the alchemic Tao, it was still his first time refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so he was unfamiliar with the various steps in the process. Still, he did not expect to succeed on his first try and was not discouraged as a result. After a brief rest, he reviewed what he had done wrong and started on his second attempt. Another half a day later, the materials in the second furnace were also scraped as a similar scorched smell wafted from the pill furnace. He did not make the same mistake as he did previously, though. This time he had failed to grasp the right timing for a certain critical step. Alchemy has always been a rigorous process. The slightest error could lead to complete failure. That was also the reason why alchemists were so widely sought after everywhere they went. Likewise, the worth of various rare spirit pills remained highly valued at all times. In the following month, Yang Kai kept attempting to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. He built up his experience from his repeated failures, improved his techniques, and mastered the amount of heat required at every step of the process. Every failure would leave him reflecting over his mistakes for a long time, and every mistake he made allowed him to grow further. According to the proprietor's previous estimation, each portion of ingredients would cost almost 100,000 open heaven pills without taking the cost of the world source liquid into account. If the value of the world source liquid was added, then the worth of the spirit pill could no longer be estimated. It would cost at least 1 million open heaven pills. Over this period, Yang Kai had failed more than 100 times. In other words, he had suffered a loss of more than 1 billion open heaven pills. Nevertheless, this kind of investment was worth it. As long as he could successfully refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would turn into a steady stream of money in the future. He couldn't help but think about his Xianing Chang. Although he was certainly talented to a certain extent in the alchemic Tao, his little senior sister possessed the sacred spirit medicine body that was born for the sake of performing alchemy. If she were here, she would definitely fare better than him. It wasn't until a certain day 1 month later that Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from the pill furnace. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures, and a whole month to successfully refine the first heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. It had not been an easy feat. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4230 Setting Out. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning, but now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the end. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate in refining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Teng Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for this spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that this spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell this spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell this spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine this spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with first in as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Voidland had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Voidland would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. It wasn't until he had almost accumulated 100 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills that the tightly shut door to the secret room was opened from the outside without warning. The furnace fire in the pill furnace was affected by this unexpected disturbance and flared up all of a sudden. It was fortunate that Yang Kai quickly suppressed the flames in time. Otherwise, the herbs in the furnace would have been scrapped again. He turned to look in the direction of the door, only to see Yuhi walking in and nodding lightly at him. He immediately understood. The blood monster cave heaven was about to open. She would not have entered the room and disturbed him otherwise. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai finished refining the spirit pill inside the furnace before slowly getting to his feet. Yuhi stepped forward. "Young master, Big Sister says that the blood monster cave heaven is showing signs of opening. She asks that you prepare to set off immediately." He nodded and strode out of the room. While walking, he asked, "Where are Guiziyan and Lang Qingshan?" "They have all returned." After exiting the secret room, Yang Kai came to the backyard where he immediately saw Guiziyan and the others standing in 2 rows. Every one of them was motionless and relaxed, but their entire bodies exuded the chilling sense of killing intent. When they noticed Yang Kai, they cupped their fists in unison. "Sir?" Their combined voices were thunderous and the aura they gave off was extremely impressive. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and noticed that their exposed skin was covered in countless injuries. Lang Qingshan even had a hideous scar that ran across his face, looking like a centipede baring its fangs fiercely. The wound stretched from his forehead and slanted downward to disappear around his lower jaw. Although Yang Kai did not know what caused Lang Qingshan's injury, he could tell that it had almost cost him his life. Ever since arriving at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Guiziyan, Lang Qingshan, and the others had been participating in the Azura Arena's battles. Hence, they had experienced countless life and death fights over the past few months. The battles in the Azura Arena did not prevent casualties from happening, so every battle was fought with their lives on the line. Lang Qingshan was originally born with handsome looks. With the addition of this scar, his appearance suddenly became less handsome and more intimidating instead. The same was true for the others. Compared to how they were just a few months ago, they had all grown quite a bit. They resembled wild beasts that sprang out of the barren mountains and forests, ready to attack at any time. Yang Kai grinned. "It looks like everybody had an exciting time over the past few months." Life or death battles were always the best catalyst for growth. He himself had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he had a deep understanding of this. Lang Qingshan and the others had pretty good aptitude, and under his vigorous training, they were bound to have a bright and promising future ahead. It was just that they lacked the experience of surviving against all odds in desperate situations, as well as the courage to fight without regard for anything else in order to survive. The few months of fighting in the Azura Arena had been enough to fully bring out their hidden potential. Compared to before, the strength of these people had definitely improved greatly. They had been little-known figures before they arrived at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, but now they were all listed in the Heaven, Earth and Mortal rankings of the Azura Arena. Guiziyan cupped his fists. "Sir, you urgently called for us to come back. Do you have orders for us?" Yang Kai replied, "The blood monster cave heaven is about to open. I'm planning to go on a rampage there. You can join me if you wish. If not, you can remain behind and continue your training in the Azura Arena." The blood monster cave heaven. Guiziyan raised his brow in surprise. Similarly, everybody else's eyes lit up at those words. The fact that the blood monster cave heaven was about to open was not a secret. Rumors regarding this matter had been flying around the Star City for the past few months. They might have been fighting day and night in the Azura Arena, but it was not surprising they had also heard about it. It was just that they had no idea when the blood monster cave heaven would open, or what kind of qualifications were required for them to enter. They never imagined that Yang Kai called them for the blood monster cave heaven. Thus, they immediately became excited at the prospect. Fighting in the Azure Arena was certainly a worthwhile experience, but that was also the case for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Lang Qingshan said, I've heard that elite cultivators from great territories all over the 3,000 worlds will swarm into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opens. This is a grand event that involves the entire outer universe. The shaved-headed man chuckled. It might have been dangerous if Open Heaven Realm Masters were to participate. But only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter, so what is there to fear? Sir, I'm going with you. The others quickly responded, I'm going too. Only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. He turned to look at Yu He and asked, Is there such a thing? The only thing Yang Kai knew about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was its existence. If the shaved-headed man had not mentioned this prerequisite, he would not have known either. Yu He gently nodded. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It is said that he preserved his small universe in order to choose his own legacy disciple. Before his death, he placed a restriction on his small universe, so that no Open Heaven Realm Masters could set foot inside. There have been people who tried to force their way in, but nothing good came of their attempts. Yang Kai frowned. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He may have been amazing in his time, but it's not as if there are no other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the cave heavens and paradises. Are you saying that the restriction placed by a dead man is too difficult for the living to handle? A dead master is naturally inferior to a living one. The proprietress' voice came from the outside. He turned to look and saw her slowly making her way over from the hall. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an extremely decisive and ruthless man. Nothing will happen if his restriction remains intact. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the Open Heaven Realm to enter for 2 main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Yang Kai did not understand. If an Open Heaven Realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the Blood Monster Cave Heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of Blood Monster Cave Heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mou once targeted the Demon Realm, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have been long gone if Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road, and it will be too late if we set off any later, the proprietress called out. Yang Kai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir. He said, let's go then. Today, First Inn was closed for business. It even hung up a closed sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Yang Kai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Yang Kai. You're the slowest, kid. Yang Kai smiled. Are you entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven too? The accountant said, what's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor Realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. Oh. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. Please take good care of me, senior brothers. The accountant snorted, Brat, don't worry. I will keep you safe inside the blood monster cave heaven. His reckless attitude seemed to say, below the heavens and above the earth, only I am supreme. The proprietress kicked him in the shin. Blabbermouth. He immediately clutched at his leg and hopped on the spot in pain. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4231. Information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Under the leadership of the proprietress, everybody hurried to the void dock. Yang Kai summoned the falling lotus when they arrived, which transformed into a gigantic lotus. Several dozen people entered the ship before it rotated slightly and sped off into the distance. They were not the only ones leaving from this void dock. There were many others besides them. There was an endless stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes, sizes, and colors setting off at the same time. They departed one after another in a magnificent procession. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by the sight. Are all these people heading to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Bai Chi stood next to Yang Kai with a smile, of course. What else do you think they were doing? Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, it becomes a grand event that involves the entire 3,000 worlds. Who would not wish to claim a share of the pie? That is the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. If they could inherit Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, TSK, they would gain glory overnight. Yang Kai looked around in a daze. There were nearly 100 flight-type artifacts just from what he could see, and there were many others that he did not see. There were nearly 1,000 people just from the Star City and Thousand Birds territory alone heading out, so what about Thousand Birds territory as a whole? What about the rest of the 3,000 worlds? If so many people flooded the place all at once, would he be able to find anything good? What if the place was filled to the brim when he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Old Bai patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. Not many people will actually be able to enter. At most only 10,000 will succeed. Why is that? Yang Kai glanced at Old Bai puzzledly. Could it be that there are other requirements to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? There aren't any requirements in particular. How do I put it? Let proprietress explain. At this moment, the proprietress waved her hand and flung out a dozen or so streams of light that shot towards everybody. They immediately reached out and caught the light, which turned out to be a jade slip. She then spoke. The jade slip contains information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Read it carefully. The map I acquired from Red Cloud's auction house has also been recorded into the jade slip. Although the map is incomplete, it should prove to be useful still. Who knows? It might save your life at a critical moment. After listening to her explanation, everyone quickly immersed their minds into the jade slip to investigate its contents. Likewise, Yang Kai began reading. This jade slip was probably something the proprietress prepared specially for them. She knew that they were utterly clueless about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in their current state, it would be no different from going in blind. But that would change completely now that they had this information. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open every 200 years and several thousand people would enter every time it did. Although many people would die inside, there were also many who survived and came out wealthier than before. It was not surprising for them to bring back some information regarding the situation inside. Something like that was not a secret. The cave heavens and paradises would generally retain the information. It was just that the information was not publicized anywhere. Fortunately, First specialized in collecting information, so gathering this intel was child's play for them. According to the information inside the jade slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the Open Heaven realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven realm master was basically an invincible existence inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch personally, and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the 1st order to 7th order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining Open Heaven materials of matching orders. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a 7th order monster beast in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal and element treasures? No wonder Proprietress said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a 7th order monster beast would be extraordinary, no matter how singular the attributes of its monster core. It was still in the 7th order after all. Just like the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd in his possession, the 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank Open Heaven realm masters. If that was the case for a 6th order power, then what more need be said about a 7th order power? A 7th order blood beast was definitely in existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank Open Heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any 8th order blood beasts inside? Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order Open Heaven realm master after all, so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some 8th order blood beasts. Besides, Blood Monster Divine Monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Regardless of the circumstances, it will be best to proceed carefully inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In addition to the threat of blood beasts, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was also filled with ancient traps and restrictions. Some of them had lost their powers over the years due to lack of maintenance, but some of them were still lethal. If these restrictions were activated, one would be heavily injured even if they were lucky enough to survive. Aside from the blood beasts, the restrictions inside were the second largest cause of death among cultivators. Be that as it may, it didn't matter how powerful the blood beasts were or how amazing the restrictions inside were. Yang Kai knew that what he had to guard against the most were the other cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Compared to the restrictions and blood beasts with low to no sentience, scheming and treacherous people would always be more dangerous. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven might be extremely dangerous, but there were also many benefits to be gained. Leaving aside the fact that one could obtain cultivation resources of various orders by killing those blood beasts, the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself was filled with numerous cultivation paradises. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it stood to reason that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's small universe was extremely stable when he was still alive. Unfortunately, it had been many years since his death. Despite the measures he took when he was still alive to preserve his small universe, the effects of time and nature had taken its toll over the years. The small universe was showing signs of instability. The yin, yang, and 5 elements had begun to split apart and accumulate in certain regions inside the universe Cave Heaven. That was why it was very likely to come across an area where a certain element was extremely dense inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Cultivating in these areas was not inferior to refining resources of various orders in terms of efficiency. In Seven Wonders Land, now known as Voidland, the 7 orchards were located at the places where the 7 powers of yin-yang and the 5 elements accumulated. It was perfectly suitable for cultivators to cultivate in those areas and condense the powers into their Dao seals. It was just that the power in the orchards was of very low order. Cultivating there would only allow one to condense a first-order power. If they did that, in the future, that person could only advance into the first-order Open Heaven realm. That was why it was rare for anybody to cultivate in the orchards, even among the workers and disciples of Seven Wonders Land. On the other hand, the cultivation paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were incomparable to the orchards of Void Land. These cultivation paradises could be regarded as the improved and upgraded version of the orchards. Needless to say, what order cultivation paradise one could find was completely based on one's own luck. Yang Kai secretly prayed that even if he couldn't kill a 7th-order blood beast, he could find a place where 7th-order metal element power and Yin element power converged. That way, he could cultivate in those places for a while and condense the powers that he needed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued reading. A short while later, Yang Kai suddenly looked at the proprietress with a peculiar expression. There are people living in the blood monster cave heaven. The information recorded in the jade slip indicated that there were people living inside the blood monster cave heaven. He couldn't help being surprised by the discovery. The proprietress said, "The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is essentially no different from a real universe world. If monster beasts can live inside, then why can't people? Then these people are. They are the people whom Blood Monster Divine Monarch kidnapped when he was still alive. The prosperity of a universe world depends on the vitality of the creatures that are living in that particular universe world. The more living creatures there are, the more prosperous a universe world becomes. The same principle holds true for small universes. Compared to monster beasts, humans have much stronger spirituality. If they settle down and continuously multiply across the generations, it will deepen the heritage of a small universe. In that way, the strength that a cultivator can exert will also be stronger. It isn't just Blood Monster Divine Monarch. As far as I know, most high-rank open heaven realm masters, if given a chance, will try to raise some humans in their respective small universes." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the star boundary. After the battle between the great emperors and great demon god, the star boundary had been on the verge of collapse. It had lost most of its auspicious spirit essence. At the time, it was only through the continuous reproduction and development of the remaining survivors that the decline of the star boundary was delayed. It would now seem that the existence of living creatures was extremely important to any universe world. Yang Kai soon thought of another possibility and hesitantly asked, "Are there any open heaven realm masters among the people living in the blood monster cave heaven?" "You don't need to worry about that." Proprietress laughed. Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed a restriction on his small universe to prevent any open heaven realm master from entering. In that case, it stood to reason that he would not allow the people living inside to advance into the open heaven realm either. They are only in the half-step open heaven realm at best. It is impossible for them to advance into the open heaven realm. He nodded lightly. "But try not to provoke these people if you can. They are very xenophobic. They call cultivators like you who enter the blood monster cave heaven aliens. It will be troublesome if you are discovered by them." "I got it," Yang Kai responded before he continued to read the contents of the jade slip. There was a lot of information recorded, and he couldn't help feeling thankful that the proprietress had gathered all of it for him. Otherwise, he would have suffered badly if he had plunged into the blood monster cave heaven without knowing anything. The jade slip also indicated that the deeper one ventured into the blood monster cave heaven, the more dangerous it became. It was rumored that there was a blood monster divine palace in the deepest part of the blood monster cave heaven. That was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his inheritance. If he could find that place, he would be able to obtain the entire legacy of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Blood Monster Divine Palace not only contained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but also the entire fortune that he amassed throughout his lifetime. How amazing would the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be? That was the reason why countless cultivators flocked to this place. Not to mention the unimaginable wealth. If nothing else, just finding some 7th Order materials was enough to make a person rich overnight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4232, Blood Monster Territory. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven only opened once every 200 years. Nobody had ever managed to enter the deepest part of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven throughout all these years, so nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace either. It could even be said that nobody was certain whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace actually existed. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the jade that he acquired for 10 million open heaven pills. That jade was one half of a two-piece jade apparently. It could be a key or it could be used to control a particular grand array. It could even turn out to be useless. If the Blood Monster Divine Palace really does exist, then will the jade be of any use? He couldn't help but daydream about all sorts of fanciful ideas. An hour later, he finally finished reading and understanding everything that was recorded inside the jade slip. Carefully putting the jade slip away, he asked a question that had been puzzling him. Proprietress, there are so many people heading towards the blood monster cave heaven. So, why are only several thousand people allowed to enter in the end? He had not found the answer to his question inside the jade slip. The proprietress glanced out at the starry void with a melancholic expression on her face, as though she had recalled something from the past. She answered the question softly, "It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand once we arrive." Then she ran her hand through her hair and languidly called out, "I'm tired. Old Bai, lead the way. Wake me up when we arrive." After saying that, she slipped into one of the rooms and vanished out of sight. Young Kai looked at her back thoughtfully. Just now, she seemed to have recalled something from her memories. Moreover, it was probably something sad. Otherwise, her mood would not have turned gloomy so quickly. The proprietress. He glanced at Old Bai with a questioning look. Old Bai sighed. She probably recalled something unpleasant. The proprietress has also been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past. Huh. Young Kai was taken aback. Old Bai laughed. The blood monster cave heaven opens once every 200 years. It's not strange for the proprietress to have entered that place before, right? I heard that she gained a lot from the blood monster cave heaven. That's how she managed to advance directly into the sixth order open heaven realm. Young Kai immediately turned to look at Yu-He. Yu-He had known the proprietress for a long time. To his knowledge, the relationship between those two went way back. Therefore, she would know the proprietress' circumstances the best. Yu-He gently nodded and looked nostalgic. It's true that Big Sister and I entered the blood monster cave heaven before. Otherwise, we would never have come this far with our humble backgrounds. The realization struck young Kai suddenly. The proprietress came from 9 Nether continent. He himself had been there before, and although it was not a bad universe world, it was also nothing special either. It was also not a subordinate world under the control of a powerful great force. Both the proprietress and Yu-He had come from a place like that. Without a chance encounter or a special opportunity, it was impossible for them to advance into the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, or the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was where they turned their lives around. Following the flow of his thoughts, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu was the proprietress' younger brother. His knowledge of this person was very limited. All he knew was that his appearance was very similar to this person. Furthermore, Lan Tingyu had also tried to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. It was likely that something awful happened to him later. He ultimately failed in his attempt and lost his life for some reason. Yang Kai once wondered where Lan Tingyu managed to secure so many high-rank materials. It would now seem that he had obtained many things from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, his actions went against the interests of many people. That was why he failed miserably in the end. Lan Tingyu was an example to learn from. It was also what Yang Kai needed to guard against the most. If there came a day when he had to experience what Lan Tingyu once faced in the past, what should he do? The Blood Monster Cave Heaven might be extremely dangerous, but it should not pose a problem with your strength, young master. You just need to be careful. There's another thing you need to be wary about. That is, the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. Their individual strength might not compare to yours, but every one of them holds a hidden trump card, Yu-He warned. Young Kai nodded. I'm well aware of that. It was not as if he had never interacted with the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises before. He had met some of them back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he knew that each of them had their own identity tokens. These identity tokens contained a divine ability that their masters or elders had sealed inside for them, so that they could use them as life-saving trump cards. The lotus flew quickly, passing through many territory gates and traveling across many great territories. None of them talked again for the rest of their journey. They were all conserving their strength. Yang Kai was meditating one day when the proprietress sent a transmission to him. He immediately got to his feet and headed towards the room she was in. Pushing the door open, he was just about to greet her when he saw that her complexion was extremely pale. Moreover, she was drenched in sweat as though she had suffered a serious injury. Shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "What happened?" The proprietress slowly shook her head. "It's nothing." Then she handed a round bead to him. "Take this." "This is..." He lowered his head to look at the bead. Although he did not know what it was, he could keenly sense that this bead contained an extremely terrifying power in it. "I sealed one of my divine abilities inside this bead. You can summon it when you are in danger. It might be able to save your life." Yang Kai stared at the round bead in his hand quietly for a moment before glancing back up at her. The realization struck him immediately. Did you push yourself into such a state in order to create this bead? Sealing her own divine ability into this bead was no easy feat. Even the materials required to produce this bead were not something that could be found anywhere. Otherwise, the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yang Kai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. "You fool!" He glared at her. "I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the blood monster cave heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The blood monster cave heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the fifth order." Yang Kai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, "Take this with you too." "What is this?" He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old. Furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it like a totem. "A favor," she murmured softly. "A favor? A favor from whom?" He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, "In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. Just in case." After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. "Go out. I need to rest." A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterwards, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the Falling Lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. "We've finally arrived." "We've arrived." Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later he was surprised. That was because this great territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart, then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the Blood Monster Territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yang Kai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile, "The Blood Monster Territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small." Yang Kai asked, "Then why did it become like this?" Old Bai replied, "Of course, it's because of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Take a look outside." Yang Kai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the Falling Lotus. These flight-type artifacts clearly belonged to the great forces that had rushed to the Blood Monster Territory not too long ago. Aside from these artifacts, there were also many cultivators flying about. They were constantly looking around as though searching for something. What are they looking for? Yongkai frowned. Yuhi walked over and explained gently. They are looking for the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven. Guamiao looked curious. Isn't the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven fixed in a certain spot? Why do they need to search everywhere for the entrance? This was the same question that was puzzling Yongkai. Yuhi chuckled softly. It's true that the entrance of the blood monster cave heaven used to be located at a fixed spot in the beginning. But that was a very long time ago. Everybody would only need to gather in front of the entrance and wait for it to open in order to enter the blood monster cave heaven. It's just that some changes gradually took place over time. What changes? Old Bai answered from the side. The entrance became 2, then 3, then 4. Every time it opened, the number of entrances would increase. At this point, entrances to the blood monster cave heaven can appear anywhere in the blood monster territory. Guamiao covered her red lips. Why does that happen? Old Bai sighed. It is said that there are signs of the blood monster cave heaven becoming more and more unstable. After all, so many years have passed since the death of blood monster divine monarch. It's amazing how his small universe managed to endure for so long without a master. Even so, it is impossible for it to last forever. The small universe is merging with the void of the blood monster territory. An entrance will appear at the place where the two overlap with each other. Yongkai revealed a look of realization. So the blood monster cave heaven will completely merge with the blood monster territory one day. That's what they say. Who knows how much longer that will take though? Old Bai shrugged. But these changes have made it easier for more people to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. If not for that, did you think the cave heavens and paradises would allow anybody else to meddle with such a wonderful place? At the beginning, the right to explore the blood monster cave heaven was exclusive only to the cave heavens and paradises. The other great forces were not allowed to participate at all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4233, Securing a Spot. What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yongkai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world, known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the blood monster cave heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven were few and far between. Thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the blood monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven to take a share of the benefits. Old Bai continued, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter? Yongkai was stunned. Old Bai gently nodded, that's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the blood monster territory, not many can actually enter the blood monster cave heaven in the end. Yongkai was enlightened. According to Old Bai, one had to fight to enter the blood monster cave heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Old Bai snorted softly. Every time the blood monster cave heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the blood monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yang Kai agreed with those words. They, too, had arrived at the blood monster territory. However, flight-type artifacts and cultivators were weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire blood monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. Leaving aside the fact that there were more than 30 people in the group who followed him from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he also had Guo Miao, as well as the chef and the accountant from First Inn, coming on this trip with him. If so many people were to fight for an entrance each, not all of them would be successful. It was a different matter altogether if Yang Kai took them into the small sealed world and brought them into the blood monster cave heaven with him. At that time, he only needed to secure one entrance for everybody to be happy. Afterwards, he just needed to let everybody out of the small sealed world once he arrived. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to secure an entrance somewhere in this vast blood monster territory. In particular, since there were several tens of thousands of entrances scattered around, that was his original plan. But to his surprise, Lang Qingshan and the others looked at each other for a while when they heard those words and did not answer immediately. As such, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" The shaved-headed man laughed awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. "Sir, we would like to attempt this on our own. The last time we followed you into the primordial land, you protected us the entire time. In the end, we could only wait in the small sealed world without being able to help Sir in any way. Since we decided to follow you, we should also do our part. We cannot stay protected under your wings all the time." Lang Qingshan cupped his fists. "Sir, this subordinate understood something during the days he spent in the Azura arena. One can only grow rapidly by experiencing various hardships. A sheltered flower in the greenhouse will not live long when faced with a true storm. In the future, we would like to continue serving under you through all the ups and downs, sir. We refuse to remain helpless and incompetent. Please allow us to act independently in the blood monster cave heaven, sir." Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan calmly before turning to look at the others. "Are you all of the same opinion?" They cupped their fists and responded in unison. "Please allow it, sir." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "I'm very pleased with your ambitious spirit to keep improving yourselves. It's a simple matter if you want to train yourself. Once we enter the blood monster cave heaven, you can act independently. But before that, I think it's better if I bring you in with me." More than 30 people would also mean having to search for more than 30 entrances. It was impossible for all of them to succeed. If they were to fight for the entrances on their own, some of them would surely fail. Moreover, it was likely that quite many of them would fail. It was such a rare opportunity. It would be a waste if they missed it before it even began. The others had no objections to this suggestion. Thus, they quickly agreed. When their discussion was settled, the proprietress said, "Let's go. We need to secure a spot." "Secure a spot?" Yang Kai was taken aback by those words. Old Bai explained, "There are a few more days until the blood monster cave heaven opens. Since we arrived early, it stands to reason that we should occupy a favorable spot for ourselves. Take a look outside. Those with some measure of strength have claimed a large patch of the void, and are preventing others from approaching them. That area is the territory that they have secured for themselves. If an entrance appears within their territory, they would have the advantage of being slightly closer to the target." Yang Kai immediately understood. The falling lotus moved forward once more to head towards the depths of the void to find a suitable area to occupy. The people from First Inn could not be considered late, but even more people had arrived before them. They searched for a long time but could not find a suitable position. Everywhere they went, numerous great forces had already occupied territories of various shapes and sizes. In addition, Open Heaven Realm Masters constantly patrolled the edges of the territory to chase away other cultivators who accidentally stumbled too close. Yang Kai even saw a gigantic and domineering palace towering in the void from a distance. A radius of 10,000 kilometers around that palace was completely empty. The artifacts and cultivators that came and went in a steady stream had to fly around the gigantic palace that was in the middle of their path. Needless to say, that gigantic palace belonged to either a cave heaven or a paradise. Only a first-class great force could afford to create an artifact like that. That was a symbol of their identity and status. By placing this impressive and majestic artifact in the void, everybody had no choice but to show respect to them. There was more than one palace similar to this gigantic palace scattered around. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, which came to a total of 108 first-class great forces. Each of these great forces would send representatives forward whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. Furthermore, each of these great forces would dispatch many of their disciples and bring out their large-scale flight-type artifacts. The Falling Lotus was quite extraordinary in and of itself, but it was nothing compared to those artifacts belonging to the first-class great forces. There were many artifacts and cultivators coming and going. Like First In, all of them were searching for a strategic but unclaimed position. Under most circumstances, everybody was rather restrained. There was an unspoken rule of first come, first served. If a certain spot was taken by somebody, then the others would bypass that area. Unfortunately, there were always people who liked to break the rules. They generally also believed that they were extremely powerful. Therefore, fights constantly broke out all over the Blood Monster territory. It was truly chaotic. As the Falling Lotus traveled along, Yang Kai saw many battles occurring. Some were small quarrels with several disciples in the Emperor realm attacking each other. There were also some battles that were fought with their respective lives on the line. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the groups were caught up in such fights. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed everywhere. At the same time, blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Yang Kai also saw the broken remains of many artifacts that appeared to have been of no worse quality than the Falling Lotus. That just went to show the intensity of these battles. The fights were already so intense before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened. So what kind of situation would occur when entrances began to appear? Just thinking about it caused him to shiver. First In could be considered famous and influential. On this trip alone they had the proprietress in Yu He, 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Old Bai a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and Guazi Yen a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were a total of 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters with them. Even so, their lineup was still greatly inferior to the cave heavens and paradises. Hence, they gave the palace artifacts belonging to the first-class forces a wide berth. Despite searching for half a day, they had yet to find a suitable spot. Just as Yang Kai was secretly beginning to worry that they might not find a suitable spot, the proprietress suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed to the side. Head there. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw a large-scale multi-story ship floating in the void. Many people were standing on the deck of the ship. They were too far apart for him to see who those people were. However, judging from the size of the ship and the manpower that was dispatched, it probably belonged to a second-class great force. The proprietress was planning to snatch somebody else's spot. The Falling Lotus turned around and charged in that direction. The cultivators on the ship seemed to have noticed this too. A commotion broke out among the people standing on the deck. Then quite a few people leaped into the air. The illusory phantoms of their respective small universes flashed and disappeared behind their backs, indicating their powerful heritage. Their actions carried a hint of warning in them, as though trying to make the Falling Lotus back down in the face of difficulties. The proprietress naturally ignored those warnings. "It's that old bastard!" Old Bai suddenly cursed with a furious glare, seeming to recognize the identity of the people on the ship. Simultaneously, an elderly man on the ship took the lead and displayed his full strength as he shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar is here. Please leave and head elsewhere. This old master will be very grateful." "Grateful your ass!" Old Bai roared furiously. Then, he turned to Lang Qing Shan and the others who were steering the Falling Lotus. "Ram them. Crush that old dog to death." Lang Qingshan turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning expression. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. He had been wondering about the situation just now. The proprietress was not somebody who used her strength to bully the weak. So, why did she suddenly decide to snatch somebody else's territory? Now it turned out that she had encountered an enemy. The proprietress and Boundless Altar had always held a grudge against each other. During Old Bai's advancement into the open heaven realm, Ling Chunxiu of Boundless Altar had worked with Qin Ji and the others to interfere with the process. It had nearly cost Old Bai his life. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, a second-class great force like Boundless Altar would definitely participate for a share of the pie. They probably never imagined that their presence would be detected by the proprietress. If Ling Chunxiu had remained hidden in the headquarters of Boundless Altar, the proprietress might have been helpless to lift a finger against him. However, they encountered each other in the Blood Monster territory, so it stood to reason that she wanted to exact her revenge. At the same time, they would also be able to snatch Boundless Altar's spot for themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-34 Snatching. Halt, or we will show you no mercy. The falling lotus was giving off an aggressive air, and it was obvious to Ling Chunxiu that these visitors did not hold good intentions. Thus, he immediately shouted a warning. Who would heed his words though? The speed of the falling lotus did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, it accelerated even more after approaching a certain distance. The group of disciples standing on the deck of Boundless Altar's ship suddenly turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Some even went so far as to hide in the cabins. Ling Chunxiu was so livid that his expression turned blue then red with anger. He exchanged a glance with the other two Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him. Then they swiftly formed a set of hand seals. Several cannons suddenly protruded from the sides of the ship, brewing with a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to shudder. Dazzling rays of light shone out, aiming in the direction of the falling lotus. This is your final warning. If you stubbornly refuse to listen to reason, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Seeing that the falling lotus showed no signs of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've gone too far." The entire ship shook with a loud boom and a blinding light burst forth brilliantly. At the same time, a mysterious beam that was as thick as a man's torso shot out from the ship and quickly approached the falling lotus. The power of the beam was extremely terrifying. It seemed as though even the void could not withstand the force as pitch-black scorch marks were seared everywhere it passed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. Needless to say, this ship artifact was also very expensive. It was originally produced as a weapon for besieging and taking down enemy fortifications, so the power of each cannon was comparable to a full-powered attack from a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everybody inside the falling lotus felt their vision going white, filled with the glare of the light beam. Just as it was about to strike the falling lotus though, a pale yellow light barrier suddenly appeared. The beam slammed into the light barrier a moment later. The light barrier dented inward so severely that the distortion was visible to the naked eye. The huge impact also forced the falling lotus speed to drop sharply. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others inside the falling lotus were thrown forward violently. However, this only lasted for a moment. Everything returned to normal again in the next instant. The power cannon beam might be horrifying, but the falling lotus was also an extraordinary artifact. This artifact was something Flying Flower Boat had spent countless resources to create after all. Even Flying Flower Boat only had one such artifact. The enormous lotus spun as it forcefully pushed forward against the weight of the cannon beam. On the ship, Ling Chunxiu and the others swiftly turned pale at the sight. They were clueless about the identities of the people aboard the Lotus who were behaving in such a ferocious manner. It almost seemed as though the other party had a huge undying grudge against Boundless Altar. Ling Chunxiu gritted his teeth and formed a new set of hand seals, resulting in several more shots being fired from the ship's cannons aimed straight at the falling lotus. A blinding light completely drowned the lotus as its flower petals flew apart and seemingly disintegrated. Many of Boundless Altar's disciples stood on the deck of the ship, frozen in shock for a moment. After that, they began cheering excitedly while secretly thinking to themselves, The fools in that lotus are absolutely reckless. Why didn't they dodge in the face of such a powerful attack? Are they brain dead? Similarly, Ling Chunxiu secretly let out a breath of relief, but a moment later, one of the open heaven realm master's expressions changed as he roared, "Raise the shields. Hurry up and activate the defensive grand array." Ling Chunxiu looked up and saw that the lotus that should have been broken to pieces was still charging straight at them. The flying flower petals were spinning like indestructible blades and slicing through the void. The cheers coming from the ship stopped abruptly, and Ling Chunxiu's expression also changed drastically at that moment. Without hesitation, he desperately channeled his strength to activate the ship's defensive grand array. A light barrier had only just materialized when the flower petals arrived. Sparks flew in all directions, and the light of the defensive grand array quickly dimmed under the fierce barrage. Due to a hasty response, the defensive grand array shattered before it could reach the peak of its defensive abilities. The flower petals quickly closed in from all directions, turning the entire space within into a boundless killing domain that covered the entire ship. Gotcha. The deck of the ship was broken in half as huge gaps appeared all over the sides of the ship, sliced open by the flower petals. Shrill screams rang out incessantly as many Boundless Altar's disciples were killed in an instant. They died with their bodies cut to pieces. The 3 open heaven realm masters of Boundless Altar felt their hearts bleeding at the sight. Which great force had not dispatched the elites among their disciples for the sake of entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It could be said that all the cultivators who came to the Blood Monster territory had been chosen through countless layers of rigorous selection. Having prevailed against all their peers, these disciples had obtained the qualifications to participate in this expedition. They represented the future hope of the entire sect. Given enough time to grow and develop, they would have become part of the pillars supporting the great forces in the future. However, Boundless Altar had suffered heavy casualties before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened. Not only had their ship been broken to pieces, but many of their elite disciples that came along on this trip had also been killed or severely injured. It was no wonder Ling Chunxiu and the others were heartbroken. What depressed Ling Chunxiu the most was that he still had no idea who was attacking them, but it didn't take long before he discovered the identities of the perpetrators. 3 figures flashed out of the lotus. 2 of them were women and the remaining one was a man. Moreover, each one of them was enveloped in an imposing aura. They consisted of 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The rage of Boundless Altar's 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters turned into ice-cold fear in an instant as a chill ran through their entire bodies. They also had 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so both sides had the same numbers. However, their orders could not compare with the enemy at all. Aside from Ling Chunxiu, who was in the 5th-order Open Heaven Realm, the other 2 were only in the 4th-order. What frightened Ling Chunxiu even more was that he knew all the people who had just shown up. Lan Yuru. His voice was dry and his gaze was terrified. The person next to him exclaimed, "What? The one from First In?" He shouted, "Run!" While speaking, he quickly steered the damaged ship around and fled. On the other hand, the proprietress and the others chased after him without the slightest hesitation. Old Bai roared furiously, "Old dog! I'll hunt you down and rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces even if you flee to the ends of the universe." The feud formed from the time Ling Chunxiu tried to end his Grand Dao could be said to be absolutely irreconcilable. How could he spare Ling Chunxiu's life so easily now that he encountered the latter here? 3 streams of light chased after the ship into the distance. During the pursuit, the proprietress and the others attacked viciously. Their attacks were so fierce that the lights of Boundless Altar's ship flickered incessantly. Everywhere they went, the passers-by around them hurriedly moved to the side to avoid them. Inside the falling lotus, Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and sighed. They were of no help whatsoever in a battle of such magnitude. Even if they caught up to the proprietress and the others, they would only get in the way. Thus they simply stayed where they were. It so happened that the people from Boundless Altar had run away, so this huge empty spot had become a no-man's land. Judging from the current situation, this place would soon be occupied by other people if they chased after the proprietress and the others. There would be no place for them to go again by the time they returned. An hour later, 3 streams of light came from afar and landed on the lotus. It was the proprietress and the others. Yang Kai went out to take a look at the situation. The three of them showed no signs of injury, which was not surprising considering how strong they were. No matter how hard Ling Chun-chiu and the others resisted, there was nothing they could do against the proprietress and the others. Contrary to expectations though, Old Bai was gnashing his teeth and looking depressed. What happened? Did you fail to catch up to them? Yang Kai walked over and asked in a low voice. That can't be. Boundless Alter's ship had nearly been torn to pieces. With the strength of the proprietress and the others, how could they possibly fail to catch up to the enemy? We had no problems catching up to them, but we couldn't kill that old dog. Old Bai clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked loudly. Why? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Old Bai snarled through gritted teeth. Somebody protected them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. The only ones who could protect them were the cave heavens and paradises. If the cave heavens and paradises decided to intervene in this matter, then it was no wonder that the proprietress and the others had no choice but to retreat. Brat, if you meet any of Boundless Altar's disciples when you enter the blood monster cave heaven, help me kill them. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai with a fierce look on his face. Yang Kai patted Old Bai on the shoulder. Rest assured. It's one thing if I don't meet any of them, but if I run into any of them, I will definitely help you vent some of your anger. Only then did Old Bai's expression lighten slightly. The enormous lotus stood quietly in the void. The proprietress and the others stood on top of the flower petals, silently showing off their strength. 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could be considered an extremely luxurious lineup. Nobody even dared to approach and stroke the tiger's whiskers without the backing of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. For that reason, even cultivators of the other great forces would leave after glancing over from a distance when passing by. For a time all was at peace. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven had yet to appear so far. Fortunately, the proprietress had a wide range of connections, so after asking around, they determined that the blood monster cave heaven would open within 3 days. At that time, the entire blood monster territory could turn into a battlefield where a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents would take place. Yang Kai had nothing to do, hence, he closed his eyes and preserved his strength. He strove to enter the blood monster cave heaven in his best condition. Another day passed by and there was still no sign of the blood monster cave heaven opening, so the entire blood monster territory continued to remain calm. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Old Bai muttering softly, "What are they planning? Why are they coming towards us?" He opened his eyes upon hearing those words and turned to look in the direction of Old Bai's gaze. What he saw made him frown involuntarily. That was because a huge palace was rushing through the void in this direction. Moreover, it was showing no sign of detouring or slowing down. Are they here to snatch our territory? He quickly came to understand the situation. Their current location was obtained by snatching the territory from Boundless Altar. Who could have known that karma would hit them so quickly? Only 1 day had passed and somebody else was already eyeing this spot. Not to mention, the attack was coming from a first-class great force. Such a humongous palace was not something a second-class great force could refine. Only the cave heavens and paradises had enough capital to produce an artifact of such scale. Old Bai nodded solemnly. That's probably it. Yang Kai frowned deeper. Which great force is that? Why are they targeting us? It did not make any sense. The blood monster territory was so big, so even if there were people everywhere, each party had drawn clear boundaries around their territories. In addition, it was very easy for a first-class great force to occupy a territory with their strength. However, the route of the palace seemed to indicate that it was coming straight in this direction. In other words, it was coming because it could recognize first in. Atop the lotus flower petals, the proprietress got up and said slowly, "It's the 5 Elements Palace of Xianyuan Cave Heaven." It was obvious that she had recognized the origins of that palace. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, feeling extremely surprised. It belongs to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The owner behind First In was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In this way, it could also be said that the great force behind First In was Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Since first in belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, then they could be considered members of the same family. Why were they coming here? While Yang Kai was floundering in his confusion, the proprietress took out a communication bead and poured her divine sense into it as though she was contacting somebody. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Senior Brother Gua. Senior Brother Gua was somebody Yang Kai once met in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. Based on the flow of logic, it made sense that he would also appear in the Blood Monster territory, seeing as he had appeared in the Star City back then. The proprietress was probably trying to contact him. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4235. People from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. A short while later, the proprietress' expression darkened. It was obvious that her attempt at communication had not gone smoothly. At this moment, the enormous palace arrived in front of them and came to a steady halt. Yang Kai looked up, feeling shocked. Just by looking from a distance, he could tell that the palace was huge. Even so, it wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized it truly was a giant existence. The Falling Lotus was certainly not small and could accommodate several dozen to several hundred people without feeling the slightest bit crowded. Nevertheless, the Falling Lotus looked like a small blade of grass standing beside a huge tree when compared to the palace artifact of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The palace was at least 10 times the size of the Falling Lotus. Its huge shadow loomed over the Falling Lotus, producing a kind of gloomy air. A plaque on the front of the main gate of the palace was emblazoned with the words, 5 Elements Palace. The characters shone brilliantly in radiant golden light. 3 people stood side by side on the front steps of the 5 Elements Palace. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Moreover, one of them was Senior Brother Gua, whom Yang Kai once met at the auction house. At this moment, Senior Brother Gua squeezed out an embarrassed smile at the proprietress. His smile was mixed with a slight sense of helplessness. In addition to Senior Brother Gua, there was a dry elderly old man. He could only be described as thin and withered-looking, almost like a bamboo stick. His robes were flapping around him noisily. His expression was not angry, but he had an imposing temperament. On the other hand, the woman was extremely glamorous. She was petite and had exquisite features. She also had a pair of peach blossom eyes that overflowed with seductive charm. Yang Kai could not determine the cultivation of these 3 people at all. He only knew that Senior Brother Gua was on par with the proprietress in terms of strength. In other words, Senior Brother Gua was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Even so, it did not seem as though he was in charge of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's current contingent. That was because both he and the glamorous woman were standing half a step behind the elderly man. With such obvious positioning, it could be seen that this elderly man's status in Xianyuan Cave Heaven was higher than that of Senior Brother Gua and the glamorous woman. Yang Kai was startled. Senior Brother Gua is already in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Could it be that the elderly man is in the 7th Order? However, that didn't make sense. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was indeed of great importance, and a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds. Almost all the great forces would participate in this event. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no exception. Even so, the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters held such noble statuses, so how could they possibly bother themselves over something like this? It had to be said that the incident involving the Golden Crow Divine Palace had only brought out several high-rank Open Heaven realm masters because an 8-order material was involved. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the proprietress bowed. First Inslan Yuro greets Elder Chu. Then, she nodded to the glamorous woman lightly, Junior Sister Han. As for Senior Brother Gua, she outright ignored him. Junior Sister Han returned the greeting with a soft voice, Senior Sister Lan. She then eyed Old Bai and Yu He with interest. In particular, she took a closer look at Yu He. The proprietress nodded and glanced at Elder Chu. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. Why did you come here, Elder Chu? Elder Chu had a dried-out appearance, and his voice was just as dry as his appearance. It was almost as if he had never drunk a drop of water in his life. Are you sure you don't know why this old master is here? Why ask when you already have the answer? She faintly said, Please enlighten me, Elder. Senior brother Gua lightly coughed into his fist and said, "It's like this, junior sister Lan. I'm sure you know how far the main sect is from here." Although Elder Chu and the others had calculated the time of departure, and should have arrived at the Blood Monster territory half a month ago, there was some trouble on the road. Because of that, they only arrived today, which is a bit late. So, she cast a glance at him. He scratched his head. "We arrived too late, so we couldn't find a suitable location anymore. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven has attracted too many people. At present, the entire Blood Monster territory is crowded with people." She flicked her sleeve and snorted, "And? What has that got to do with me?" Senior brother Gua chuckled in embarrassment. Just as Senior brother Gua was about to say something, Elder Chu suddenly raised his hand from where he stood to stop him from speaking. He looked at the proprietress as he spoke. "This old master will not waste time with you. Let us have a frank discussion. The main sect is unable to find a suitable location, so this old master wishes for you to hand this spot over to become the main sect's base." Yang Kai immediately lost his temper when he heard those words. Why? Although this territory was something the proprietress and the others had stolen as well, there had been a valid reason for their actions. Be it the proprietress or Old Bai, both of them held deep grudges against Boundless Altar, the previous owners of this spot. If not for that, the proprietress and the others would not have abused their strength to rob the other party of their territory. They passed through many places that they could have snatched along the way, but the proprietress and the others had not arbitrarily attacked anyone up until that point. Be that as it may, this elderly man with the surname Chu was asking First In to give up its place so lightly. Was that not a clear sign that his intention was to harass them? What's more, the elderly man with the surname Chu had maintained an arrogant attitude and an unquestionable tone throughout the conversation. It was almost as if the others owed him a million open heaven pills. It was extremely annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling what Senior Brother Gua mentioned at the exchange meeting. There also existed people who were unfavorable towards the proprietress in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. It would seem that Elder Chu was one of these people. Old Bai's expression also fell upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Elder Chu glanced at Yang Kai calmly but did not bother to respond to him. In his opinion, he probably felt that there was no need for him to explain anything to a mere Emperor Realm Jr. with his status. He simply glanced at the proprietress and exerted an invisible pressure on her. The proprietress was obviously a little annoyed, but she managed to suppress her anger. Although there are many people in the Blood Monster territory at the moment, it should not be a problem for you to obtain a territory with your strength and prestige. Isn't that right, Elder Chu? Why do you specifically target me? Elder Chu replied indifferently, "That's true. It is very easy for this old master to occupy a territory if he wanted to. I believe no one would dare not give the main sect face. However, won't the main sect be slandered as an entity that abuses its strength to bully the weak if this old master were to do that? That would definitely result in damage to the main sect's reputation. That is not desirable. Not desirable at all." Yang Kai was furious. Snatching somebody else's territory is an abuse of your strength and bullying the weak. So you targeted one of your own instead? For the sake of something like reputation, you can damage the interests of one of your own? What kind of logic is that? Both Elder Chu and Senior Brother Gua frowned and gave Yang Kai a displeased look. On the other hand, a young man who had been standing behind Elder Chu immediately leapt forward and scolded Yang Kai without a trace of politeness. "The elders are speaking. How dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. interrupt them with your nonsense?" This young man had been standing behind Elder Chu without saying a word this entire time, but he had an extraordinary bearing. It was easy to tell that he was probably one of the elite disciples of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had interrupted twice. Due to Elder Chu's status, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. In comparison, this young man was not bound by such scruples. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the young man and curled his lips. With such bold talk, I was wondering which high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master it was. It turns out to be nothing more than an Emperor Realm Jr. The young man coldly snorted with a look of disdain. There are vast differences between Emperor Realm cultivators. Although both you and I are Emperor Realm Masters at the moment, I am destined to stand above the clouds in the future, while you are destined to wallow in the mud. I will be looking down on you from above. Let's see if you still dare to speak to me in that manner then. Yang Kai sneered. Then you better start praying so that you never meet me in the blood monster cave heaven. Otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll resemble a pig's head. The young man burst into laughter. This is the first time I've ever met such a crazed junior before. Let's see whether you can even enter the blood monster cave heaven in the first place. Who knows? You might not even get the chance. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Even if you can't enter the blood monster cave heaven, I can. The two Emperor Realm cultivators were arguing in front of a group of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Furthermore, neither of them was willing to back down. It was quite a strange sight. Senior brother Gu couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he looked at the proprietress with a grimace. Junior sister, please reprimand your people. The proprietress replied calmly. Senior brother, why don't you reprimand your people first? Elder Chu spoke up. Why are you all making so much noise? Cease this nonsense. His expression that had always remained as tranquil as an ancient well was tainted with a hint of rage. He glared at the proprietress. Firstin doesn't have that many people in the first place. Why do you need to occupy such a large territory? Many people from the main sect came on this trip. Unfortunately, we arrived slightly later than expected. The blood monster cave heaven may open at any time, so there is no time to find another place. If you are still grateful for the kindness that the main sect has shown you, then you should be willing to sacrifice for the main sect. The proprietress' voice was cold as she retorted. It was the old man who was kind to me. What does that have to do with Xianyuan cave heaven? Elder Chu snapped irritably. The old man you are referring to is one of Xianyuan cave heaven's elders. Whether you admit it or not, you have received the kindness of the main sect. That's just your wishful thinking. She sneered. Besides, who said that Firstin doesn't have many people? We naturally have our own reasons for occupying such a large territory. What will happen to the people under me if I hand this territory over to you? I suggest you should hurry and find another place while you still have time. Who knows? You might be able to find an unclaimed area. But it will really be too late if you wait around any longer. His expression was as ugly as could be. Do you insist on doing this? Senior brother Gu stepped forward. Please stop arguing. Look, I have a suggestion. Firstin won't need to give up this territory either. Why don't we both share this spot? This territory is quite large, so when the blood monster cave heaven opens, many entrances will probably appear here. At that time, we can let the little ones compete for the entrances with their own strength. That way, they won't have any complaints even if they fail to seize the opportunity. Impossible. The proprietress refused flatly. This was the territory that Firstin had acquired. Yang Kai had mentioned earlier that he could bring everybody into the blood monster cave heaven with him by using the sealed world bead, so they only needed to fight for a single entrance. Nevertheless, she could not swallow this indignity. Why should she share with Xianyuan cave heaven? She would have nothing to say if the old man himself came forward. However, Elder Chu had always looked down on her. She had no reason to make things easy for this old man. Fine. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai nodded in agreement at the same moment that she refused. She turned to look in that direction only to see Yang Kai winking at her furtively. Senior brother Gu hesitated. Junior sister, do the words of this boy count? Do you need to discuss this first? Her expression was cold as she pondered in silence for a moment. Then she nodded. Since he has agreed to it, I'll let him make the decision. But we will agree on this in advance. If anybody dares to intervene when they are competing for the entrances, then don't blame this great ant for hitting back. Martial Peak. Chapter 4236. In Xian Zhao. Senior brother Gu laughed. Affairs between the children should be left to them. As seniors, it's enough if we just watch over them. What do you think, senior brother Chu? Elder Chu coldly snorted, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Although he did not agree with this method, the blood monster cave heaven could open at any time now. If he rejected this suggestion at this time, he might really fail to find even the last spot available. Thus, he immediately replied unhappily, "If you go back on your word, this old master will definitely report this matter to Elder C. Tuesday. I'll see how you still dare to hold your head high to face him then." The proprietress didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as though he were a fart in the wind. Hence, a strange sight appeared in the void. The gigantic Five Elements Palace and the much smaller Falling Lotus coexisted peacefully in that piece of territory that could not be considered large. It had to be said that countless great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the blood monster territory at the moment. Both large and small great forces would occupy a territory that belonged solely to them. In that way, they would have the advantage of being closer if the entrance to the blood monster cave heaven were to appear in front of them. There were no other great forces in the blood monster territory in the same situation as First In and Xianyuan cave heaven. "Smelly brat, what crazy idea are you cooking up now?" The proprietress couldn't help asking when she saw Yang Kai sneakily studying his surroundings. The one who agreed to senior brother Gua's suggestion earlier had also been him. Although she could guess that he was up to no good, she had no idea what he planned to do. Yang Kai did not answer. Instead, he asked a completely different question. "Proprietress, is First In directly under Xianyuan cave heaven?" She replied, "Nonsense. The old man is the owner of First In. Even though the old man is one of the elders of Xianyuan cave heaven, First In is considered the old man's private asset." Private asset? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He might not know how much income First In brought in, but he was certain that they were raking in profit every single day. Not to mention that there were so many branches across numerous great territories. "I can't believe such a great force is nothing more than the private assets of that old man surnamed C. Tuesday. I have to say, the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master is just so different from our own. Then, will it trouble First In if I were to make the people from Xianyuan cave heaven suffer a little?" She sneered. "In that case, I'll be looking forward to it. What do you plan to do? You just need to watch the good show later." While speaking, Yang Kai's gaze shifted towards the Five Elements Palace. He just so happened to meet the gaze of the young man who had been quarreling with him before. For eyes suddenly met, but the young man's expression was filled with contempt. He reached up and slowly slid his hand across his neck like a blade. The threat behind his actions were obvious. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and directed a question at the proprietress. "Who is that guy? He looks like a complete wastrel." She raised her head and glanced in that direction. "I forgot his name, but he is probably that old dog's legacy disciple." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned. "I got it." Staring at the young man deeply, Yang Kai suddenly announced, "It's still early. I'm going to take a walk." After saying that, he slipped out with his hands behind his back. He looked absolutely carefree, almost as if he was going sightseeing. The proprietress failed to stop him in time, so she could only remind him, "Don't go off for too long and come back soon. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven may appear at any time." "I know." He didn't even bother to turn back as he waved his hand at her dismissively. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the young man watched Yang Kai and did not take his eyes off the latter at all. Yang Kai was acting like he was patrolling his own territory, looking around left and right in the vast void. There was no saying what he was doing. Hence, the young man couldn't help snorting coldly. Pitiful weakling. Senior brother Gua was standing right next to the young man. Upon hearing those words, he laughed. "Nephew, don't judge a person by their appearance." Jumping in surprise, the young man hurriedly turned around and bowed. "Martial Uncle Gua." He frowned. "Martial Uncle, what do you mean? Is there anything worthy of respect in that brat?" Senior brother Gua said. "Do you know the name Luo Sha?" The young man did not understand why senior brother Gua suddenly brought up an irrelevant person. Even so, he nodded seriously. "Of course. I went to Thousand Birds Territory Star City 2 years ago, and participated in the Azure Arena on a whim. I fought Luo Sha once." "Oh." Senior brother Gua raised an eyebrow at those words. "What was the result of your fight?" "It was a draw. I fought her for 6 hours until I was completely exhausted in the end. But don't worry, Martial Uncle. This disciple has been working hard over the past 2 years. My strength has improved greatly compared to back then. If my estimation is correct, Yu Luosha will definitely enter the blood monster cave heaven. This disciple will not embarrass the main sect if I encounter her inside. Senior brother Gua nodded. I'm not worried about you meeting Yu Luosha. If you fought her on equal terms 2 years ago, then I'm sure you won't be weaker than her 2 years later. Rather, I'm worried about you meeting that boy inside the blood monster cave heaven. The young man was astonished for a moment, then he immediately became annoyed. Martial uncle, why do you speak so highly of him and belittle me? Although my aptitude is poor, I have never failed the teachings of honored master in all these years. Senior brother Gua sighed. I'm not trying to belittle you, but you wouldn't be so carefree if you saw how the fight went between that boy and Yu Luosha went. The young man was dumbfounded. He fought Yu Luosha before? What was the result of his fight? One move. Senior brother Gua turned to look at the young man sternly. Yu Luosha was completely defeated in a single move. Impossible. The young man reacted as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened in shock and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. There's nothing impossible about it. I witnessed it personally. Senior brother Gua reached out a finger and pointed at the tall girl standing beside him all this while. If you don't believe me, you can ask junior sister Zhu yourself. The young man turned to look at the tall girl and she gently nodded in affirmation. One move. The color drained out of his face. He was as pale as a dead man. How can Yu Luosha be defeated in a single move? Like me, she condensed 6th order elements. We are only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How can anybody below the open heaven realm overwhelm her so completely? It's simple. Senior brother Gua glanced at Yang Kai's back in the distance. What you are condensing is the 6th order elements. But that boy is condensing 7th order elements. 7th order elements. The young man's eyes narrowed as though he had received a great shock. Senior brother Gua said, this martial uncle will give you a piece of advice. If you encounter him in the blood monster cave heaven, run as far as you can. I'm certain that brat is not a soft-hearted and forgiving young man. You were having a dispute with him just now, so be careful, just in case he does something to you inside the blood monster cave heaven. He dares. The young man was livid. Senior brother Gua patted the young man on the shoulder. It's better to endure for a moment and keep the peace. He has condensed 7th order elements, so while his future might seem bright and promising, it is actually filled with misfortune and danger. The higher one stands, the harder one falls after all. After listening to what senior brother Gua said, the young man seemed to recall something. His complexion slowly returned to normal and he nodded. This disciple will remember your advice, martial uncle. Gazing in the direction that Yang Kai had left, the young man gripped his fists lightly and sneered in his heart. Condensing 7th order elements. He doesn't know his place. Exactly half a day later, Yang Kai finally returned to the Falling Lotus. He looked up and saw that the 5 Elements Palace was crowded with people. Many cultivators were standing on the deck and listening to Elder Chu's teachings. He was amazed by the sight. Just how many people did they bring? The proprietress replied, the blood monster cave heaven only opens once every 200 years. They might not have another chance in the future. It's only natural for them to want a share of the pie while they still have the chance. The numbers from Xianyuan cave heaven are considered on the low side even. They only have 200 or so. Some great forces might even dispatch 400 or 500 people. Old Bai chimed in. It's just that the entrances are limited. There's no point even if many of them come. They have to successfully secure an entrance if they want to enter. He turned to look at Yang Kai. You should act now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Yang Kai nodded and slipped into the Falling Lotus. He placed Lang Qingshan and the others in the small sealed world. Then he put the Falling Lotus away. By the time he finished doing everything, the 200 disciples from Xianyuan Cave Heaven had moved out and spread out into the surroundings. They were evenly distributed across the rather spacious void that was their territory. In this way, the person closest to the entrance would have the greatest advantage if an entrance appeared near them. Glancing around carefully, Yang Kai discovered that the 200 disciples had practically occupied the entire area within the void. The distance between each person was rather evenly spaced. It was clear that they had no intention of leaving any space for First In at all. If there were more than 30 people from First In who were trying to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, this would have turned into an awkward situation. Xianyuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers after all. If it came down to a fight, First In had no advantages to speak of. It was truly fortunate that he had the sealed world bead. Proprietress, I'm going. Yang Kai had his sights set on a certain location, so after a cursory goodbye, he immediately headed towards that spot. Young master, please be careful. Yuhi called out from behind. Guiziyan cupped his fists and quickly said, this subordinate wishes you all the best. May you return with success. Yang Kai waved goodbye. A short while later, he came to a spot near one of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's disciples and came to a halt. Although it was said to be near, he was still a few hundred meters away from the other party. It was just that the others had a distance of several kilometers between them, so this distance was relatively close. The Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple shouted at Yang Kai furiously when he noticed him. Brat, are you looking for trouble? Not only had Yang Kai come alone, but out of all the places he could stop, he also just had to stop so close to this man. Therefore, it upset him greatly. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai turned to look at the disciple and grinned. He pointed in another direction and asked, Junior brother, can I ask you a question? What is that guy's name? The Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple glanced in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and blurted out, that's Yin Xian Zhao. Senior brother Yin is Elder Chu's legacy disciple. He is expected to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. Hey, what the hell do you count for? How dare you so shamelessly address me as junior brother? So his name is Yin Xian Zhao. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Even though there were several kilometers between them, that smile gave Yin Xian Zhao an inexplicable sense of horror. He had looked down on Yang Kai before learning what the latter was capable of. However, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent once. He learned that even Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. It was only natural for him to feel uncomfortable when he was being watched by Yang Kai so wolfishly. This guy can't be trying to compete against me for an entrance, right? There is a distance of several kilometers between us after all. If the entrance appears near me, I'm bound to have the advantage. How can he win? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4237, Keep a Distance from Me. Junior brother. Yang Kai turned to smile at the disciple nearby. Seeing as you answered my questions, I'll give you a piece of advice. That person roared furiously. Speak if you have something to say. You should keep a distance from me. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person was taken aback by those words for a moment. Then he lost his temper completely. Brat, don't you dare snatch my entrance from me. I will cut off your head and use it as a urinal. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. After saying that, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread his divine sense out to cover the surroundings. That person glared at Yang Kai furiously, intending to spit out some insults. However, he saw that Yang Kai was no longer paying any attention to him. Although he was burning with rage, he simply opened his eyes wide and kept a close watch on his surroundings, lest an entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared all of a sudden. Time passed slowly and a feeling of anxiety gradually filled the quiet void. Even cultivators from the same great force would feel tension when their gazes occasionally met. All of them had gone through rigorous selection of their respective sects in order to obtain the qualifications to come here. Be that as it may, there was no guarantee that they could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This issue involved a matter of fighting over the entrances. Only those who could secure an entrance could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was why everybody else was a rival in their eyes. How could they not be wary of the others? Yang Kai kept his eyes tightly closed. He was completely motionless, almost as if he had fallen asleep. In contrast, Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple standing a few hundred meters away from Yang Kai was feeling incredibly anxious. Even though he kept his eyes wide open and vigorously searched his surroundings for so long, there were no signs of an entrance appearing nearby. His eyes were already starting to feel tired. Turning to glance at Yang Kai, He coldly snorted, "Humph, playing cheap tricks." He reached up to rub his tired eyes. Not a moment later, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his vision. He turned to look in that direction and saw a glimmer of red light appearing at a certain spot in the void. The light was not very conspicuous when it first appeared, but it quickly spread like a drop of ink in clear water. It took only 3 breaths for that glimmer of light to transform into a swirling blood-red portal. The portal was not large, only able to accommodate a single person passing through it, while the aura of a universe world leaked out from beyond it. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally begun to appear. At that moment, all the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven and First In turned to look at the blood portal at the same time. How could that person continue to rub his eyes? He couldn't help bursting into laughter as he cheered, "The heavens are on my side." With a slight shift of his body, he immediately rushed in the direction of the blood portal. He never imagined that the first entrance would appear near him. It was a huge stroke of fortune. He had been extremely nervous while waiting earlier, afraid that no entrances would appear within his couple-kilometer range. If that was the case, then he would not be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven no matter how capable he was. Who could have known that he would be so lucky? All his worries from before dissipated into nothing, causing him to throw his head back and laugh heartily. "I'm going to be the first person to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was filled with all sorts of dangers, he was already here, so who was not mentally prepared for all the possibilities? Just as there were dangers lurking everywhere inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, there was also an abundance of opportunities to be had. He might be able to achieve success overnight if he could obtain some benefit inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It would be even more wonderful if he could advance into the Open Heaven realm once it was all over. He was feeling extremely excited and his expression reflected his emotional state. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance as though he could see a bright future beckoning to him from within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Widening his eyes, he stared in the direction of the blood portal and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" That was because a person had appeared right in front of the blood portal during that brief flight of fantasy he had. Moreover, it was a person who should have been several hundred meters behind him. Thinking that he had seen wrong, he even turned back to look behind him. There was no sign of a person's figure at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing earlier. Somehow, the hateful young man had vanished at some point in time and bypassed him directly to arrive in front of the blood portal. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of Xianyuan Cave Heaven all had different expressions on their faces. Senior Brother Guo was absolutely dumbfounded. "This?" Elder Chu shouted through gritted teeth, "Space secret technique." The glamorous woman revealed a look of realization and murmured to herself, "So that's how it is." She had been puzzled when Yang Kai agreed so readily to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier. After all, the situation was very disadvantageous to First In. Judging by the current situation, this junior by the name of Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and could perform instantaneous movement. He could shuttle back and forth across the void in an instant without regard for the barriers of space. With such a divine ability, why would he worry about failing to secure an entrance? She laughed and shook her head. Taking petty revenge just because he suffered a bit of loss. That's so childish. It's just a single entrance. So what if that Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple fails to secure it? We don't expect all of them to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It's a good result even if only 50 out of these 200 disciples manage to go in. Losing one entrance won't cause a problem for the overall situation. It doesn't matter how amazing this boy's space secret techniques are. In the end, he's just one purse. As soon as that thought came to mind, everybody saw Yang Kai abruptly reaching his hand into the void. Immediately after that, he fished a chubby fatty out of nowhere. Oh! Senior Brother Guo was shocked, as were Elder Chu and the glamorous woman. Then all 3 of them suddenly had a bad feeling. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The chef immediately yelled in excitement when he appeared. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get inside." Yang Kai kicked the chef in his butt and sent the chef falling into the blood portal. The swirling portal immediately collapsed upon itself and swiftly turned into a small red that vanished into thin air. Just as the proprietress and the others had mentioned before, the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was extremely unstable. Each entrance could only accommodate a single person passing through before it collapsed. So after Yang Kai released the chef from the sealed world bead and tossed him straight into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the entrance immediately disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the previous Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple arrived, but he was too late. Staring blankly at the spot where the entrance used to be, he was completely dumbfounded at first. Then his blank stare was followed by a furious roar. "You bastard!" Yang Kai brushed past that disciple and patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck, junior brother. I hope another entrance will appear nearby." Manipulating space principles, his figure vanished out of sight again. Only that disciple was left behind in the same spot, fuming with rage that had nowhere to go. By the time Yang Kai appeared again, he was already several kilometers away. There was a small glimmer of red light in front of him, expanding quickly to become an entrance. 300 meters away, another Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple had just spotted the entrance, but before that disciple could make a move, Yang Kai grabbed the accountant out of the small sealed world and tossed him into the entrance. The accountant's figure flashed and vanished. He probably did not even realize what was happening before everything was over. Following that, Yang Kai's figure flickered again. This time around he appeared 2 kilometers away. It was almost like he had predicted the future, as a small red was just appearing when his figure reappeared from the void. 3 breaths later the entrance took form. Yang Kai grabbed another person from the small sealed world and tossed them into the portal. In just a matter of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai had consecutively stolen 3 entrances. This large void was like his backyard where he could come and go as he pleased. Nobody could compete with him at all. It could even be said that Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples who were checking their surroundings had failed to even discover the appearance of those entrances before Yang Kai acted. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu's expression was so ugly that one would cry at the sight of him. His gaze was fixed gloomily upon Yang Kai, who was several kilometers away. It was almost as though he wanted to rip Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. 3 entrances represented 3 chances that should have belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Now that they were stolen away, the main sect had suffered a huge loss. This is difficult. The brat is very proficient in the Tao of space. Senior brother Gua fiercely scowled. An entrance into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appears when the Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory merge together for a moment. So there are bound to be subtle spatial fluctuations right before it becomes visible. The others might not notice anything, but these spatial fluctuations are as obvious as beacons in a sea of darkness to him. He can accurately locate each entrance before they even appear. The glamorous woman continued, "Furthermore, based on that boy's actions, he probably has an artifact that can hold the living creatures. Otherwise, how could he have conjured 3 people out of thin air?" An artifact that can hold living beings is extremely rare. Where did he obtain something like that? He was puzzled. She glanced at the proprietress. "I'm afraid she must have given it to him." Elder Chu was furious. That junior thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is proficient in the Tao of space? He is not respecting the main sect in the slightest. That bastard. "Elder, please calm down." The glamorous woman quickly tried to comfort him. The Tao of space might be amazing, but there is still just one of him. He can't create clones out of himself. It is only just the beginning. I'm sure many entrances will appear in this large void. It's impossible for him to steal all of them. Besides, he is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, there must be limits to the distance he can teleport. As long as an entrance appears outside of his range, he will not be able to do anything either. As though to verify her words, 5 red points of light flickered throughout the void following the consecutive appearances of the 3 entrances earlier. The 5 red dots swiftly enlarged and turned into entrances. Yang Kai's figure flickered rapidly. Even so, he only managed to steal 3 entrances. The other 2 were taken by Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. Elder Chu's expression finally eased slightly at the sight. The main sect only managed to obtain 2 entrances, so only 2 disciples could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, it could be considered a good start. More than a dozen kilometers away from the Five Elements Palace, the proprietress shook her head slowly. Smelly brat, you are the embodiment of the saying revenge is a dish best served warm. It was not until this moment that she understood the reason for the question he asked previously. It would seem that he had already planned to make things difficult for Xianyuan Cave Heaven beforehand. It was just that he was worried about causing trouble for First In. That was why he asked if First In would be placed in a difficult position if Xianyuan Cave Heaven was humiliated slightly. At this rate, Xianyuan Cave Heaven would not just suffer a small loss, they would suffer a terrible one. Be that as it may, it was Elder Chu who came looking for trouble first. If he had chosen to station himself elsewhere, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, they assumed that First In was easily bullied and forced their way into this area. With Yang Kai's temperament, how could he let others be happy when he was unhappy? This was a typical act of hindering the success of others even though these actions served no benefit to him. Martial Peak Chapter 4238. Unstoppable. Entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared one after another throughout the endless void of the Blood Monster territory, allowing the cultivators waiting nearby to succeed in entering. There were people everywhere in the Blood Monster territory. As such, less than 10 breaths would pass from the time an entrance appeared to the time somebody entered. Some entrances were taken not even a breath after they appeared. Each entrance represented an opportunity. Whether a person could successfully seize that opportunity or not depended on one's abilities and one's luck. For the sake of securing an entrance for themselves, many fellow cultivators from the same great forces would even attack each other. This was also allowed. As long as one was careful when attacking and the attack was not lethal, the elders leading the team would turn a blind eye to those actions. The cultivators who managed to secure an entrance would vanish out of sight. On the other hand, those who failed would be extremely annoyed. They had no choice but to search for another entrance. Inside the territory where First In and Xianyuan Cave Heaven were located, Yang Kai's figure was flickering about without pause, pushing his space principles to their limits. As Senior Brother Gua had mentioned before, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were formed when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven merged with the Blood Monster territory. Hence, there was a subtle fluctuation right before an entrance formed. Other people might not be able to perceive anything, but the space fluctuations were extremely conspicuous to Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. For that reason, he was perfectly capable of taking the lead and seizing the opportunities. Even if he was all alone, he was practically unstoppable. Most of the time, the entrances had only just appeared, and he was already standing in front of them. He would casually grab somebody from the small sealed world and throw them into the entrance, then turn around to leave. As a result, he left many Xianyuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples stunned and annoyed in his wake. However, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared at irregular intervals. Sometimes it would take a long time before one appeared. Sometimes several entrances would appear at the same time, so no matter how capable Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to dominate all the entrances. Be that as it may, he had stolen almost 70% of the entrances that had appeared so far. Although Xianyuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers, they were only able to secure 30% of those entrances in this territory. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu's eyes were practically spitting fire at the sight. His murderous intent was also extremely dense, and he was tempted to smack Yang Kai to death in a single move. If not for Yang Kai's constant interference, Xianyuan Cave Heaven could have secured nearly 20 of the entrances. On the contrary, only 6 disciples had entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven so far. Every entrance represented an opportunity. Therefore, this heavy loss left him feeling heartbroken. Suppressing his rage, he shifted his gaze to look in another direction instead. His legacy disciple, In Xian Zhao, was standing in the void and looking around his surroundings with an anxious expression. He was not very lucky. Almost an incense stick had passed by since the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven started appearing, but there were no signs of one appearing around him whatsoever. This had resulted in him being unable to obtain a chance to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even though his strength was extraordinary. Seeming to notice Elder Chu's gaze, Xian Zhao turned to look at his honored master. Then, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in his heart to wait patiently. And his patience paid off. Less than a cup of tea later, a small red dot suddenly appeared approximately 400 meters away from him. He immediately noticed the changes and swiftly moved in that direction with an expression of excitement. As somebody standing at the peak of the Emperor realm, a distance of 400 meters was nothing to him. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu let out a breath of relief at the sight. It didn't matter if the other disciples failed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but it would be an extremely devastating loss if his legacy disciple failed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he had very high expectations for this boy. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to mind. Elder Chu glanced vigilantly at a certain spot in the distance and discovered that Yang Kai was a few thousand kilometers away due to the constant struggle just now. Thus, he immediately felt relieved. With such a huge distance between them, it was impossible for Yang Kai to return in an instant. It was not possible even if he was a master of the Tao of space. As soon as that thought crossed Elder Chu's mind though, his face twitched. That was because Yang Kai, who was several thousand kilometers away, had abruptly vanished from his field of vision. Immediately following that, Yang Kai appeared not far from Xian Zhao. Elder Chu was absolutely startled and could barely believe his eyes. How can this be? He is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, how can he cover a distance of several thousand kilometers in an instant? What enraged Elder Chu even more was the fact that another entrance had appeared near the place where Yang Kai was originally located. However, the brat had ignored that entrance and chose to appear in the vicinity of Xian Zhao instead. His actions clearly indicated that he was deliberately aiming at Xian Zhao. Elder Chu couldn't help feeling anxious. Thus, he paid close attention to the situation at hand without looking away in the slightest. On the other side, the proprietress and the others had been keeping a close watch on Yang Kai. Therefore, they immediately noticed his strange actions. Old Bai let out a frivolous whistle and snickered. His expression seemed to say that he was ready to watch a good show. Meanwhile, the proprietress looked pensive. Like Elder Chu, she was puzzled. How did he achieve instantaneous movement over such a large distance? It should have exceeded his limits. She had once chased Yang Kai through the void, so she had an idea where his limits were. He replied gently, "It's thanks to the space beacons, a special artifact that the young master refined himself. One is used for positioning while the other is carried around on hand. As long as the distance between these two space beacons is not too outrageous, they can be used as anchor points to connect two places across the void." The proprietress was enlightened. "So, you're saying that brat left a space beacon in the vicinity beforehand?" Then she suddenly recalled how Yang Kai had wandered aimlessly throughout the territory with his hands behind his back before the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began opening. Judging by the current situation, he was actually making preparations in advance even though he looked like he had only been taking a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, he must have scattered more than one space beacon. Crafty little bastard, she spat softly. It would seem that he had already been conspiring to do this when he agreed to Xianyuan Cave Heaven's unreasonable request back then. Xian Zhao was Elder Chu's legacy disciple. Moreover, he quarreled with Yang Kai earlier. It would have been strange if Yang Kai did not harass him. Predictably, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back as soon as he detected an entrance appearing in this area. He even went so far as to ignore other entrances that appeared closer to him. At this moment, Xian Zhao looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to the side to look at Yang Kai, who was racing forward side by side with him, with a horrified expression on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kai winked at Xian Zhao. Then his figure flashed and he vanished out of sight. Xian Zhao raised his head to look forward. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure reappeared in front of the nearby entrance. However, he did not send anybody through the entrance immediately. He simply stood there with a teasing expression and gazed at Xian Zhao. The blood portal swirled endlessly a dozen meters behind him, connecting to the universe world like a huge mouth that was gaping open in silent mockery. Xian Zhao was furious. His emperor chi surged and he bellowed, "Scram!" His speed abruptly increased. almost as if he intended to rush into the entrance while Yang Kai was unprepared. Yang Kai did not bother to dodge aside. He simply stretched out his arm in front of him in slow motion. Space principles surged, and with a strike of his palm, he shouted, "Near, distant horizon." This palm strike held no destructive force. Xian Zhao was initially on guard against the attack, but contrary to his expectations, no attack came. He was feeling bewildered when he suddenly discovered that he could not approach Yang Kai at all, no matter how fast he flew forward. That hateful face continued to smile at him from a few hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the void beneath his feet seemed to extend infinitely despite his constant forward movement. It filled him with an inexplicable sense of terror. Although he had heard from Senior Brother Guo about how Yu Luosha had been defeated by this man in a single move, he had subconsciously refused to believe it. After all, he was familiar with Yu Luosha's abilities. More importantly, he had his pride as an elite disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and the legacy disciple of Elder Chu. He did not consider himself inferior to anybody. He even had the impulsive thought of fighting Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to determine who was better between them. Unfortunately, it would now seem that this person's methods were both profound and mysterious. It was certainly extremely unusual. Just the divine ability near distant horizon alone was something he had never heard of before. Be that as it may, he was still a core disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven with amazing talent and disposition. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reacted with a loud roar. A violent force erupted from his body, and his fists transformed into a rain of shadows that struck out in all directions. Yang Kai simply watched him quietly, showing no intention of stopping him whatsoever. 3 breaths later, cracks began to appear around him, as if space itself was collapsing. Overjoyed, Xian Zhao increased the intensity of his attacks. Gotcha! The sounds of something shattering rang out, and Xian Zhao could clearly feel as though he had escaped from an invisible cage. His entire body felt lighter all of a sudden. The other party's divine ability had been broken. The moment the understanding struck him, Xian Zhao moved to rush forward without hesitation. However, what entered his field of vision nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets from rage. He watched as Yang Kai leisurely summoned a person out of thin air before pushing them into the entrance. The blood portal immediately shrank and turned into a red dot that dissipated into nothing. His complexion was ashen due to his rage, and the veins in his temples were throbbing madly. Glaring furiously at Yang Kai, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You bastard! How dare you humiliate me?" Yang Kai had come running here from several thousand kilometers away. It was bad enough that he was deliberately targeting him to steal this entrance, but he even went so far as to taunt and trap him until Xian Zhao had broken free of the shackles to use the entrance. It was obviously a deliberate act to humiliate Xian Zhao. Inside the 5 Elements Palace, Elder Chu was so angry that he almost spat blood. His clothes flapped around him wildly as he roared solemnly, "This junior does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. What impudence!" Following that, he took a step forward, and an endless wave of pressure came crashing down in that direction. A figure flashed at that moment, and the proprietress stepped in between Yang Kai and him. With a flick of her hand, she lightly stopped the pressure that Elder Chu was exerting and raised her head to look at him, questioning in a cold voice, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Chu? You are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the elder of a famous sect. Are you planning to attack a child? Who was it who said that adults should only watch over the affairs between children?" When she spoke the last sentence, she glared at Senior Brother Guo with a vicious look. Senior Brother Guo was a little embarrassed. Those were certainly his words. Nevertheless, he never imagined that Yang Kai would behave so excessively immediately after. Yang Kai had continuously stolen entrances from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, practically pushing them to the verge of despair. The rage brewing in Elder Chu's chest was about to erupt like a volcano. His world force fluctuated erratically, seemingly as though he might attack at any time. Both Senior Brother Guo and Junior Sister Han were taken aback, with the latter hurriedly speaking, "Elder Chu, please calm down. Senior Sister Lan is a subordinate under Elder C. Tuesday. She is also considered part of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. We will only make a laughingstock of ourselves if a fight breaks out between us." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4239. Blood Monster Cave Heaven. There was something else that junior sister Han did not dare to say. The three Open Heaven Realm Master of First In were no inferior to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven in terms of both cultivation and order. If it really came down to a fight, nobody would hold an advantage over the other. It would only result in a situation where both parties suffered losses. It was obvious that Elder Chu also knew this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he shouted through gritted teeth, "Lan Yuru, you better watch over your people carefully. If he dares to do something like that again, don't blame this old master for being merciless." The proprietress did not show any weaknesses though. "Go ahead and try. You'll see whether or not this queen breaks those old bones of yours. Old people should find a place to live out their old age. Why did you come running here?" Elder Chu nearly exploded with rage. Stretching out a hand to point at her, he spoke in a voice trembling with anger. "This old master will definitely report this matter to the sect. Just you wait. You'll be punished for this." She snorted and threw Elder Chu to the back of her mind. When she saw that Yang Kai and Yin Xian Zhao were still glaring at each other in a stalemate, she couldn't help sending a transmission. "It's almost time. You should also head inside. All the entrances have almost finished opening. Unexpected changes might occur if you wait any longer." "Got it," Yang Kai replied. Then he smiled at Yin Xian Zhao and cupped his fist. "Good luck, brother Yin." After saying that, he left with a flash. "Fuck your good luck." Yin Xian Zhao was about to explode with anger. He had waited for so long just for this wonderful opportunity. In the beginning, he believed that entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a certainty. Who could have known that Yang Kai would interfere in his affairs so rudely? After such a long time, Yin Xian Zhao had discovered a pattern. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven might appear without a fixed frequency, but they typically did not appear in the same location twice. In other words, there was not much hope for another entrance to appear in this location that he guarded so zealously. He had to search in another location. However, there were Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples everywhere around him. Where could he go? For a time, his expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Yang Kai arrived at another newly appeared entrance and slipped inside. After stepping into the entrance, he felt a blood light wrapping around him. Then he was pulled, pushed, and squashed by an invisible force that pressed down on him. The scenery in front of him turned bizarre. A faint sense of dizziness came from the depths of his mind and golden stars filled his vision. These were typical symptoms of teleportation, so he was all too familiar with this feeling. Moreover, he could tell from the severity of these symptoms that he was not being teleported too far. That was rather understandable. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was hidden within Blood Monster territory. Not to mention that the entrances were formed when both sides merged together. Sooner or later, there would even come a day when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory would completely merge together. That was why the distance between them was not that large. It only took several breaths before the bizarre scenery suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred for a moment, and he discovered that he was in another world. He was in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Before he could take a closer look at the surrounding scenery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven though, he suddenly felt his body sinking downward. It felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders, causing his body to fall into a sharp descent. Only then did he realize that he was standing in midair. He hastily tried to correct his posture to stabilize his body, but to his horror and surprise, he found that there was an invisible restriction of some sort in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, preventing him from flying. This was the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. The restrictions placed within the world were not something an Emperor Realm cultivator like him could ignore. This place had gone through the baptism of endless years, and many of the restrictions had fallen into disrepair. Even so, restraining the abilities of Emperor Realm cultivators was not an issue. Yang Kai was flustered for a short moment. Lowering his head, he saw that he was no more than a few dozen kilometers above ground. It was just that he was falling out of the sky at a high speed. Be that as it may, he did not panic. He had a half-dragon body, so although it might hurt to fall from such a height, it would not endanger his life. The key point was that he had not appeared at a very favorable location. There was a group of hyena-like monster beasts in the plain directly below him. These monster beasts numbered over 100, and they had a ferocious aura about them. Seeming to detect the scent of a human, one of the hyenas looked up and let out several short but fierce yelps. Consequently, more than 100 hyenas soon raised their heads and swarmed around the area where Yang Kai was going to land. They bared their fangs and howled endlessly, seeming extremely hostile. It was Yang Kai's first time in the blood monster cave heaven, so he was clueless about the strength of these monster beasts. The idea of using them to practice his skills immediately popped into his head. His figure fell rapidly, like a meteorite falling out of the sky. When he was about 3 kilometers away from the ground, he stretched out a finger and flicked repeatedly. Pitch-black moon blades slashed out, tearing space apart. Slashing sounds echoed, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The bodies of the monster beasts that were gathered around in one spot were torn apart by the moon blades. They collapsed in a pool of blood. With one attack, more than half out of the 100 or so hyena-like monster beasts were either killed or severely injured. Yang Kai crashed down a moment later, blasting a crater in the ground with a loud boom. The ground cracked and split apart around him. In addition, dust flew up in a cloud in all directions. The short but fierce barks of those hyenas sounded mournfully all around him. By the time he stood up and cast a secret technique to get rid of all the smoke and dust, there was only a pile of monster beast carcasses left lying on the ground. The rest of the monster beasts had turned tail and fled. Trash! Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had thought that these monster beasts were powerful when he saw how fierce and hostile they were. Who could have known that they would be so weak? Even an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator could have dealt with them easily. He casually gave a wave of his hand to retrieve one of the hyena's carcasses and took out its monster core. A brief investigation revealed that this monster core was equivalent to a first-order material. In other words, this was nothing more than a first-order monster core. Yang Kai checked a few more carcasses, but none of them was an exception. It would seem that these hyenas were the weakest first-order monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. There was no value in hunting them. Nonetheless, the situation here was consistent with the information from the proprietress. The monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven were cultivated and modified by blood monster divine monarch when he was still alive. The attributes of every single monster core were singular and very pure. This was a very rare phenomenon. The monster core of a monster beast was similar to a cultivator's Tao seal. It was a collection of a monster beast's spiritual essence, so the energy within was generally more convoluted. Although there were monster cores with only a single pure element in the outside world as well, they were extremely rare. Not only was that the case for monster beasts, but the same also held true for divine spirits. It was just that more divine spirits had sources with a singular attribute compared to these monster beasts. For example, Jin Wu's source was of the metal element. Yang Kai used to covet it greatly. Other examples included Bai Feng, who had a source of the fire element, and Kuan Sha, who had a source of the water element. There were all sorts of varieties out there. On the other hand, Yang Kai had just randomly killed a bunch of monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, the element of each monster core he obtained was singular and extremely pure. Although the monster cores in his hand were only in the first order and were very low in value, they included the metal, water, earth, and fire elements. There were more that he did not gather, but he should be able to obtain all 7 types of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements from them. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was definitely an expert in the Tao of cultivating and modifying monster beasts. Thus, Yang Kai could not help wondering what he had been aiming for. Cultivating such monster beasts would have required an enormous amount of effort and cost and incredible fortune. There must have been a reason for his actions. A sudden idea occurred to Yang Kai, and he couldn't help thinking of a possibility. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The next step would be to advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If he wanted to advance further, resources like the Open Heaven pills might not be useful to him. In that case, he would need to refine all sorts of cultivation resources. It was just that his order was so high that refining ordinary resources was just a waste of time. The only method that could work was if he refined 8th Order materials. However, 7th Order materials were already extremely scarce. 8th Order materials, which were 1 order higher, were probably even harder to find. Even if he himself was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, Blood Monster Divine Monarch would not be able to find such treasures just anywhere. Since he could not find them, then he had no choice but to think of a way to create them himself. If he could produce an 8th Order monster beast, he could then slay that monster beast for its monster core. In that way, it might be possible to further improve his cultivation. The jade slip from the proprietress had recorded the existence of 7th Order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was not a mere rumor but rather that cultivators had actually encountered 7th Order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the jade slip did not contain any information on 8th Order monster beasts. Judging from the situation, it was either that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's breeding efforts had failed and no 8th Order monster beast had ever been born, or all the 8th Order monster beasts had already been slaughtered by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Young Kai shook his head. He did not know if his guesses were correct. It was just an idea that came to mind all of a sudden. Unfortunately, only Blood Monster Divine Monarch himself would know the actual reason why he began to cultivate and modify these monster beasts. This 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had passed away so many millennia ago that the truth of ancient times had long been buried, becoming an unsolvable mystery. In any case, countless cultivators had benefited from Blood Monster Divine Monarch's legacy. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily obtain suitable cultivation resources in this place. Leaving aside the monster cores of different orders and varying elements hidden within the bodies of the monster beasts, just the cultivation paradises scattered all over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was enough to make people go crazy. Every 200 years, countless cultivators would flock here just to obtain the cultivation resources that they wanted in order to receive the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Naturally, great benefits would also come with great dangers. Only the elite disciples of each sect would be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, how many of them actually left this place alive? Just as how great waves washed away the sand, only the best among the best would survive such trials. Yang Kai casually put away the First Order monster cores in his hand and ignored the rest. First Order materials were only worth some 150 Open Heaven pills. With his wealth, he had no interest in such baubles. He then waved his hand and 8 figures came out of the small sealed world to appear in front of him. With Lang Qingshan in the lead, these people cupped their fists in greeting, sir. Yang Kai nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over each one of them. More than 30 people had been hidden in the small sealed world earlier. However, he had thrown most of those people into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven when he was stealing entrances from the Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. He did not know where they had been scattered at this point. Since they had the resolution to train by themselves though, then their survival was up to their own respective fates. There was no point worrying about them. It was just as Lang Qingshan and the others had mentioned previously, they could not keep relying on him and hiding under the shelter of his wings. When walking the path of a cultivator, one would only grow and become stronger by experiencing real hardships. Martial Peak, Chapter 4240. A highly dangerous place. This is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai got straight to the point. Are you coming with me, or going your own way? Lang Qingshan and the others exchanged glances with each other before they responded in unison. We would like to try exploring this sealed world on our own. Please forgive our selfishness, sir. This was the same resolve they had expressed previously. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have thrown them, one after another, into the entrances of Blood Monster Cave Heaven earlier. Since they had made up their minds, then they would not change them easily. He nodded. In that case, please be careful. Everybody responded enthusiastically and rolled up their sleeves as though planning to demonstrate their skills in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After that, he turned to look at Guamiao. What about you? Guamiao glanced at Lang Qingshan and quietly blushed before she said softly, this disciple would like to follow Big Brother Qingshan. Yang Kai was taken aback by her words. He looked at Guamiao, then looked at Lang Qingshan. Quickly grasping the situation, he nodded. Qingshan. Sir. Lang Qingshan stepped forward. Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan with a smile. Guimiao wishes to join you. What do you think? Lang Qingshan was embarrassed. Sneaking a glance at Guimiao, he cupped his fist and quickly said, "This subordinate will definitely keep junior sister Gua safe. Please rest assured, sir." Yang Kai patted Lang Qingshan on the shoulder. "I'm not worried, but you better not let anything happen to her. Otherwise, you will have a hard time providing Commander Gua with an explanation when you exit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Lang Qingshan nodded solemnly. Yang Kai looked around again before saying loudly, "You are all ambitious men. This king is very pleased, so I will not stop you. This king wishes you all the best. I hope that any misfortune you encounter will turn into opportunity and good luck." Afterwards, he took out the jade slip that the proprietress handed to him previously. Using his divine sense to make copies of this jade slip, he handed each person one. Only then did he wave his hands to tell them to leave. A short while later, Yang Kai was the only person remaining in this place. He was holding the jade slip in his hand and trying to compare his location with the incomplete map recorded inside to determine his position. Unfortunately, he had only just entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information that he received was too little, so he could not determine where he was even after checking the map for some time. With no other choice, he could only put the jade slip away and prepare to explore a little more. He could make a decision again once he had more information to compare. Randomly choosing a direction, Yang Kai traveled onward. Along the way, he did some experiments and discovered that he could only float at a height of several dozen meters in this damned place. If he tried to go any higher, he would lose his ability to fly. There was probably a flight-inhibiting array covering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His discovery was in line with the feeling he got when he first arrived in this place. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was certainly worthy of being the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was truly not much different from a real universe world. In this place, the world principles were essentially perfect, the world force was lively and vigorous, and world energy was abundant everywhere. It was a huge cultivation paradise. According to Old Bai, at least some tens of thousands of people could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opened. This was not a small number. During his travels, he would occasionally encounter some people, most of them alone like him. Thus, they tended to be wary of their surroundings, and chose to give a wide berth to strangers whenever they sensed an unfamiliar aura, so that they could avoid conflict. The entrances of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were widely scattered all over the Blood Monster territory. As a result, the people who entered this place were not gathered in any one place either. Rather, they were scattered across every corner of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had to be said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a paradise for monster beasts. There were countless monster beasts of various shapes and sizes roaming this place. Yang Kai traveled forward for half a day but did not encounter many cultivators. He did, however, run into many monster beasts. Along the way, he came across many traces of fighting, as well as the corpses of various monster beasts. All their monster cores had been retrieved. There were no exceptions. Although he did not see any corpses belonging to cultivators, that was not to say that no cultivators had died. On the contrary, even if any cultivators were killed in battle, their corpses would have been devoured by the monster beasts. Yang Kai's true strength had already surpassed the limits of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, he had even killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past. Most ordinary monster beasts were not his opponents at all, and he could instantly kill any monster beasts in the 4th Order and below. He had yet to meet any 5th Order monster beasts, so he did not know the strength of one yet. Aside from that, this place was also abundant with various spirit flowers and exotic plants. There was no saying whether they formed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by natural means, or whether they were cultivated by the late Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Be that as it may, Yang Kai only selectively harvested some, and did not waste his time with those of little value and rarity. After surveying his surroundings for half a day, Yang Kai had gotten some understanding of his current location. Comparing his location with the map recorded inside the jade slip, he adjusted his direction slightly, and headed towards the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If he was heading in the right direction, then there should be a swamp up ahead. An hour later, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. There was no end in sight to the swamp, which only made him more confident that he was heading in the right direction. Floating 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai's figure flew across the swamp. All of a sudden, he halted in midair and looked forward with a frown. There was an unusual fluctuation in the void coming from a spot less than 3 meters from where he stood. He would not have noticed anything if he were not proficient in the Tao of space. A void crack. His brow rose, surprised to find a void crack in this swamp. Under careful probing, he discovered that the void crack was quite long, at least several dozen meters in length, stretching out invisibly and horizontally. Void cracks were extremely dangerous, to the point that even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was reluctant to touch something like that. Once touched, he would either be slashed in half by this invisible void crack, or dragged into the void crack with no means of determining his direction. He was secretly shocked. This void crack was so well hidden that he had nearly run straight into it without realizing it. It would seem that the blood monster cave heaven was indeed becoming rather unstable. Otherwise, it was impossible for something like a void crack to appear in the middle of nowhere. The appearance of the void crack undoubtedly meant that the blood monster cave heaven would not last for much longer. After perceiving his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. There was more than one void crack above the swamp. In fact, there were numerous void cracks messily scattered across the sky. This place was highly dangerous. If somebody were to accidentally pass through this place, they would lose their lives 9 times out of 10. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly landed on a certain spot in the swamp. That spot had faint traces of bloodstains and he couldn't help sighing. It looked like somebody had already met their demise here. Not everybody was able to sense the dangers lurking in this place after all. The only reason Yang Kai managed to detect these dangers was by relying on his mastery of space principles. Just as he was preparing to bypass this area, Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to the right and shouted, "Who is it sneaking around over there? Show yourself." While speaking, he reached out a hand towards the depths of the swamp to grab at something. At the same time that he made his move, a beam of light shot out from under the water. That beam of light was aimed directly at his face and was extremely hostile. Yang Kai leaned to the side and dodged the attack, but immediately following that beam of light, a figure charged out of the swamp. Water splashed and rippled everywhere. A sword stabbed forward, shooting out thousands of sword waves that swarmed over him. Despicable! Yang Kai roared furiously. His figure dropped sharply, instantly figuring out the intentions of the sneak attacker. The other party was probably aware of the existence of the void cracks. Therefore, they laid an ambush in this place to see if they could gain riches from the dead. After all, the wonderful chance to pick up the assets left behind by the dead, without lifting a finger, was not something one could easily encounter. It just so happened that the invisible and intangible void cracks that practically covered the entire sky above the swamp had created a chance like that for this person. Who could have predicted that Yang Kai would be so alert though? He not only discovered the existence of the void cracks in advance but also noticed that person's ambush. Thus, that person had no choice but to strike out openly. While falling downward, Yang Kai flicked his fingers repeatedly. Numerous moonblades slashed towards the sneak attacker. That person reacted quickly. Sensing that the moonblades were shockingly destructive, he hastily released numerous sword waves. The moonblades and the sword waves collided with each other and vanished without a trace in mid-air. The attacker frowned at the sight. Then he turned his body and fluttered to the ground several tens of meters away. Tilting his head to look at Yang Kai, he grinned, "Wait, senior brother. Don't attack. This is a misunderstanding." It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally caught a clear glimpse of the sneak attacker's appearance. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s and looked quite capable. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with deep wariness. He probably never expected Yang Kai to be such a difficult opponent. Besides, he was not weak in his own right. He also had the advantage of launching a sneak attack. His attempt would have succeeded if Yang Kai's cultivation had been slightly weaker. If his attempt had succeeded, it would not have been a misunderstanding anymore. It was precisely because he noticed Yang Kai's strength that he said those words. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Seeing as it's a misunderstanding, why don't you invite your companion out to join us?" While saying so, he suddenly punched at something behind him. That punch ignored the very barriers of space. When the force of the punch burst forth, a muffled grunt rang out. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, no more than several tens of meters behind Yang Kai. At this moment, that person was pale-faced and retreating backwards. Blood was trickling out of his mouth and he was horrified to see that he had coughed up blood after just one of Yang Kai's punches. Startled, the young man smiled bitterly. I admit defeat. You are amazing indeed, senior brother. My brother and I have made a mistake. Please forgive us, senior brother. He immediately backed down upon realizing Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that he was rather flexible and adaptable. Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. What is there to hide at this point? Ask your third companion to come out. The young man frowned. There's only my brother and me here. We just wanted to take advantage of the situation to get some free benefits. What do you mean by a third person? All of a sudden, a stream of bubbles emerged behind the young man. Immediately after that, a whip-like object shot out from the swamp. Before the young man could react, it pierced right through his body. He stiffened as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock. Only now did he understand what Yang Kai meant by a third person. He and his fellow brother had been lying in ambush in this place, but something had been watching them all this while as well. The absurd part was that both of them had been completely unaware of this fact. If Yang Kai had not pointed out the truth, they would have remained in the dark even now. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time he realized. The length of the whip was astonishing. Moreover, it did not lose its momentum even after piercing through the young man's body and came straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slammed his palm out and caught the end of the whip. However, what he caught in his hand was so slippery that he could not get a good grip on it. The whip rolled up and wrapped around his body several times. Then, a powerful pulling force was transmitted through the whip. Yang Kai abruptly lost his balance and as a result, the owner of the whip dragged him into the swamp, along with the young man who was pierced through the chest. Both of them instantly vanished from sight. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.